And it's working. Yay! Now that we have found out that it's working, the time has come for me um, to play Crawl. So here we are. Last time we saw this character, we were very ecstatic, I guess is a good way to put it, because we got Orb of Energy, Robe of Folly. We just got all the things that we could have gotten. It's fantastic. Like the ring is like, or the rings. It's not the ring. It's the two rings that I have. The two of them are insane. How do I have so much intelligence items? So many intelligence items. It's not only intelligence items, it's also slaying, it's also like resistances. I have all that I could possibly want except for resistance to negative. And of course, we are training to be able to cast Firestorm. Right now, it's at 22%. When it's at 10% or lower, I am gonna be very happy to cast it at pretty much everything for the entirety of the game. Right now, my Fireball is at 92%, 3 dice of 34. Jeez. And the Firestorm is at 92% as well. 8 dice of 23. Hmm. Okay, I think I figured out why. No, never mind. Why isn't your player glyph an at? You're only just noticing that. It's I have a setting that that makes my player species become my player glyph. So right now I'm playing a demigod, so it is a glyph of a demigod. If demigods spawned in the game, it's just a shiny human, pretty much. Okay, lightly damaged. After that, that's crazy. Let's go for a paralysis here. 68%. Oh, wait. Oh, I do have. You expend magic power to strengthen your wands. I have Berserkitis, so I cannot really do that against that thing. I'm just gonna go for fireballs. Okay. I wonder if there's anything that I would like want to get from here. Normally, when you go into SOT, you're looking forward to getting some good cloaks, but this character already has the Cloak of the Thief. I was not so excited to use it, but my opinion on that has quickly been changing, especially now that I will be wearing the Robe of Folly. It's an important thing for me to not be vulnerable to things that can paralyze or hex me. If let me say this. Let me put it like this: if I die with this character as a direct result of using the Robo Folly, that's gonna be so sad. I'm gonna be very sad if that ends up happening to this character. And I'm obviously never gonna be putting on the Robo Folly again. But that's just like us if it happens. And in order for it to happen, like I need to be at full HP or close to full HP, and then get paralyzed and then die. This is a shaft, right? Is it? Oh, it's a flying monster. Maybe just. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Do you remember earlier on this character when I made um, another warlord step on that like 4 times in a row and it didn't get shafted? That was really funny. I ended up just leaving because I wasn't able to shaft that warlord, and I came back and did orc much later. And I think that was a pretty good decision. You know what was also a really good decision? Doing Lair 6. I was uh, I was thinking very seriously about not doing Lair 6 when I first went in there, because it's Lair 6 after all. But fortunately, I decided against not doing Lair 6, or I should say, I decided to do Lair 6. And I got such crazy loot. I got the elemental stuff and I got the boots that I currently have. Um, so yeah, we got all the fire resistance that I could possibly ever want and wish for, and I also got an amazing staff of just enhancing my damage and making me very resistant to dying. And Moonpie, you turn into a bat. Well, I could drink cancellation, but I could also try to walk away. And I'm at full HP or close to full HP, so I'm gonna try to walk away. These things are as fast as Spriggans are. Interesting thing to think about. Okay, they're also apparently kind of stealthy. Not really. Wow, it melts your rings? It melts your rings? That's insane. Oh, I walked into a dead end. That was my bad. I don't know why I went over there when the exit is right around here. That could be a bit of an issue. Okay, it wasn't really an issue. Geez, that's crazy. I cannot wait until I can wear that. I really want to wear that so much. Okay, Orb of Fire, we have Orb of Destruction. Bad form and minus potion is scary. Yeah, the combination of the two of those is like the most terrifying thing in the world. It's like being paralyzed, except that you are not really paralyzed. You can still move, but that's about it. Um, but fortunately, nothing bad really happened. Imagine if that's how the character had ended. Like after such an epic character arc, we end up dying like that, just like South One getting immediately pied and bad formed. Look at how much I have explored from South One. It's been pretty much a dead end, and apparently an incredibly nasty bolt with multiple killer clowns and orbs of fire. Mm, Nasty, nasty indeed. Um, and when it came to that Orb of Fire, I was like, how am I going to kill this thing? And then I remember that I got Orb of Destruction. Orb of Destruction is one of my favorite spells for killing Orbs of Fire, um, especially if you have high power on it. My Orbs of Destruction have been killing those Orbs of Fire in like 2 or 3 casts, so they're pretty good in that regard. Okay, let's go back into that vault. Let's see what we got. Firestorm at 17. Remember, I said below, or maybe let's say 10%. 10% or below is the point at which I start wearing the Robe of Folly. We might be getting pretty close to that point, actually. If we're gonna be wearing the Robe of Folly, because the thing about the Robe of Folly is that it gives me more success rate because it also gives me an incredible amount of intelligence. I think it's 8 intelligence that you get from the Robofolly. So yeah, I'm pretty sure once I get to like 14, 13% without the Robofolly, with the Robofolly, I'm gonna be able to cast it. Uh-huh. For some reason, I was like not keeping in mind that that thing had such a large amount of intelligence to give me. So yeah, I've been thinking about this character quite a bit. Mm, oh, look at that. You blow up the Golden Dragon scales are intact enough to wear. That doesn't seem right, but I'm also not gonna complain about it. That really doesn't feel like something that should happen, but I guess it's beneficial, so I'm okay with it. Stone arrow, stone arrow, stone arrow, stone arrow. It's very funny that the character at this point in the game still needs to rely on stone arrow to kill some very specific monsters that have resistances and are next to me. If the monsters are not next to me, I can just go for Orb of Destruction, or Fireball, or Refrigeration, or Ignition. I have many, many powerful spells to use. When it comes to killing things, I am pretty much unmatched, especially with that 65 intelligence. This is easily the smartest character that I have ever had. The smartest character. I can't believe it. It's truly insane. Like I have had deep elves with less intelligence than that. My Mega Sig Demon Spawn had less intelligence than this. That's all I have to say. My Mega Sig Demon Spawn had less than 65 intelligence, and we still keep finding rings of slaying and everything. It's like this seed is blessed from beginning to end. Blame flowing out of your ears and dragging behind you on the floor. It's like that meme where the dude is like playing chess against his brain or something. Like that's how massive the brain of this character is. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, we just dealt with a SOT 1 Orb of Fire like it was nothing. Let's put on the Robe of Folly just to see how the success rate improves. 73 intelligence, 9% Firestorm. We could do it right now. We could legit do it. But I'm gonna play it safe because SOT is a land of ancient liches. So I would rather just not be vulnerable to getting absolutely dumpstered by an ancient lich, especially when something like this can happen. You climb downwards as sourceless malevolence fills the realm of thought. You fall into a shaft and drop 2 floors. Even if we drop into like the worst possible situation, we are still a character that can reliably like clear ziggurats. I have refrigeration, I have ignition, and I kinda have firestorm, even if I'm not wearing the robe of folly. So I could kill pretty much anything if I am surrounded by things. And I'm not surrounded by things, so this is fine. I am, however, going to lose all my mana unless I. Great timing on the armor swap. Yeah, I was not really using the Robe of Folly for that reason because this place has liches, has mass amounts of liches. So it's as easy as just getting the port trap from exploration and getting teleported into an instant leech or even worse a dread leech and just like immediately get petrified or paralyzed and killed. um, that is a very real possibility, so might as well just not be in a position where that can happen in the first place. um, we are going to be using a potion of invisibility if I had one, and I don't have one. What if we firestorm this thing? What if we firestorm this thing? Okay, sure. Inaugural cast of Firestorm. Uh-huh. That's pretty good. That's the good stuff. See, that Storm Dragon, I don't think it was even in the screen when I cast it, and it still like took so much damage because Firestorm can hit things that are outside of your line of sight. It's such a ridiculously powerful spell because of that. Really, really, really good. We are gonna use Charming against this Death Cough. It resists, and I didn't kill it. I killed another one. Okay, now that we have an ally friendly Death Cough, we have nothing to fear when it comes to getting slowed by it. I mean, I'm already slowed, but I could get even more slowed. Okay, we got our first miscast of Firestorm. And yeah, this is looking pretty decent. I do wish that I hadn't gotten shafted, of course, but not much that you can do about it. And I also would have preferred to not get immediately thrown into a fight and slowed after getting shafted. But then again, that's also well outside of my control. I have 30 scrolls of teleport. I would make that 29, but teleports take forever in Salt. Like, you probably should not consider teleporting. Like, I am at almost full HP, and I still think that teleporting will not be like a reliable escape option. Sure, my character is not like the tankiest character of them all, but still, I feel like it would be like a not so terrible thing to for teleport to get buffed. Oh no, boy, Berserk Storm Dragon. I could curare it. It feels kind of a waste to use a single action to not even completely disable a single monster. It's just like make it less likely to dumpster me. Um, this is not looking so good, unfortunately. I think I have no other option than to just kill this Storm Dragon right now. You are cold resistant, so I could wait a turn. It feels like a really bad idea to just wait a turn. I'm gonna Fireball instead. Yeah, just to increase the amount of damage that you take while I wait for the Ignition setup. Okay, Ignition setup. That killed a bunch of things, but still more things are coming my way. This is obviously a really bad position situation. Let's just read a teleport and hope that I get to teleport before this Quicksilver Dragon prevents me from doing that. Wow, I also have no mana. It's very funny how this got so bad so fast after starting the stream. Wasn't that thing almost dead? Wasn't the Quicksilver Dragon almost dead? Did it seriously not take any damage from... Yes, it was almost dead. It took pretty much no damage from the Tin of Tremor Stones. Or to be more precise, it probably took enough damage to be at close to 1 HP right now. So yeah, any amount of damage that it took this turn would kill it. Unfortunately, I was correct. Condenser Bane. We get Poison. That's pretty. It's not so worthless actually, but I would prefer to not have gotten Poison. I would have preferred to get Clouds of Freezing actually, because it would slow all of these guys. Would be more immediate when it came to killing these guys. It will also do something against the Ghost Moth. Poison doesn't do anything. It's poison resistant. So, I cannot drink potions. This is definitely a bad position, yeah. It's not been very frequent for this character to be in positions such as these, but I guess that's what's gonna happen if you get shafted and thrown into a fight against a monster that removes your ability to cast spells when you're pretty much only a spellcaster. I could tap, but I have the Hat of the Bear Spirit, and that gives me a 1 in 5 chance to Berserk every time I melee, so that's like really bad. Berserk in this position is like a death sentence. So obviously I'm not doing that. Ooh, yeah, this fight is getting kind of spicy. Fingers crossed. I don't think I'm gonna die, but it would be unfortunate, very unfortunate if I died. Let's try using Ice Blast again. Let's try to get rid of that Ghost Moth. 34 damage. Still cannot drink potions. You have a trident. No wonder I'm taking so much damage. And it didn't even hit me that hard. That's surprising. Well, my 25 armor class is doing something here. I'm gonna drink, or I'm gonna use Ice Blast again, and my teleport is not gonna trigger anytime soon. It's not even worth considering as an escape option. That's why I told you. At least, yeah, I can drink potions again. So that's pretty good. Wow, why are there so many enemies right here? It's very funny because if I was at full mana, I would just be able to spam spells that hit the entirety of the screen and I would be able to kill everything, but unfortunately we are not in that position. I'm about to teleport. I think it's very unlikely for this level to have anything worse than the current situation I'm in, so I'm just gonna spam heal wounds. After all, that's what heal wounds is for this late in the game. It's kind of rough that teleport is so bad. Yeah, like I don't think I have teleported in SOT in a while, like several months at this point. It is really like not good, not something that you should ever consider as an escape option. How many turns have passed since I read that scroll teleport? Actually, it's been quite a while, dude. It's been so long. Okay, there it is. That's one turn. In case you want to know, like these little indicators right here tell me that turn passed. So this is like turn 1, and then everything below this is turn 2, and 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 turns have passed. I think we could expect the teleport to happen in maybe 4 or 5 turns. Oh, look at that. It happened immediately. I got blinked into a bunch of Draconians with upstairs in line of sight. So blinking into the stairs we go. We go upstairs. We are thrown into a fight with 57 HP and 3 mana. Truly unfortunate. I think what I'm gonna do here, it's gonna seem very expensive, but I'm gonna use another blinking down here, and blinking mana potion. I think after that, I have one more turn. Blinking mana potion. No, no, no. Maybe blinking Fogu, so that I remove the damage from the Storm Dragon. Ambrosia. Ambrosia would serve the purpose of giving me a bunch of mana, and then while the Ambrosia effect is happening, I can also drink heal wounds. So I would be pretty much back to full HP, or at least high enough to not be absolutely terrified of the upcoming encounter. Um, so I think I'm gonna do that. Blinking, Pogo. Uh, that's really unfortunate. You know, those things are really fast. Um, it is extremely fast, the game says. So that throws a wrench into my plans. We are gonna go for a charming here. Hopefully it works. It works. That's convenient. You feel a slight surge of power because I don't think I have that. I don't think I had that much mana to enhance the wand, and I have that mutation that increases the power of my wands. But I needed 3 mana to be able to use it, and I'm not sure that I had 3 mana. Or maybe or maybe it just doesn't reduce the amount of mana that you have past a certain point, which might be the thing that happened right now. Regardless, potion of mana, mm, potion of heal wounds, potion of curing, maybe to remove the poison. I don't think the poison will really do a lot, but I think any amount of HP that we can have here counts. Okay, and this thing will. Death Cups are amazing allies. Yeah, the ability that they have to remove or to slow everything. They don't check willpower or anything. They just slow, and that's amazing. Um, yeah, there's nothing in the game that is immune to the slow of the Death Cup. Okay, I wish I had a spell that didn't hit allies. I guess I have Ignition. Yeah, ignitioning a single Storm Dragon is kind of whack, however. Bolt of Fire here, if obviously we were in ancient times where Bolt of Fire was a thing that you could do, would be kind of nice because it would hit the Storm Dragon without hitting the Death Cough, but that thing doesn't exist anymore. We lost that kind of technology. Berserk Storm Dragon. Well, that is delightful. I'm gonna blink away. Oh man, that's pretty bad. That curse though is an issue. And it's an issue because we also have another death cough next to me. So it it's really bad. If I choose to drink a potion of 3, I get slowed by the death cough. It's pretty much guaranteed that I get slowed by the death cough if I drink a potion of 3. Removes my evasion, doesn't give me enough armor class to prevent getting slowed by the death cough because I think it needs to deal damage. Yeah, if you inspect it, it says if any damage is dealt, it drains your speed, and it hits for 35, and it hits so much on any random turn. So yeah, that's pretty bad. That's what I'm trying to say. Mm, really uncomfortable situation. Let's go for charming here. Let's charm the death cough. It works. That's huge. Let's drink 3. I'm thinking 3 brilliance spam firestorm. But I could also blink, hoping to land in one of these tiles. Yeah, I would not like to land here because it reveals more tiles and potentially reveals many monsters at the same time, which is really bad. Ideally, I would land here. This would be absolutely the perfect position to land on. I think that breaks line of sight of the curse though, but I'm not sure. Um, and it also gives me like so many turns, so much space to just spam Firestorm. Um, but on the other hand, there's also a lot of downsides that we have to consider if we were to use Blink. I could get blinked here, and that reveals even more tiles than getting blinked here. While placing me kind of close to some of those extremely nasty monsters like the Berserk Storm Dragon. It seems that we cannot really run away from Berserk Storm Dragon, unfortunately. I'm gonna drink 3 right here instead of blinking. Berserk Storm Dragon. Brilliance. I could also haste them Brilliance. Regardless, this is not good. Uh, I could just not do either of those things and go for a Firestorm on the Storm Dragon right now. That has a pretty decent chance of hitting my Death Cough friend. Let's do it. We got slowed, and the Death Cough didn't die from it. I mean, I guess at least the Storm Dragon did die, so that's pretty good. But that was definitely a very bad thing to happen, especially because now I have no real way to kill the Death Cough with Firestorm. I need to cast Fireballs to kill it, and Fireball is significantly weaker. In addition, it also doesn't hit the Curse though, doesn't hit anything other than the Death Cough, so pretty whack. Okay, at least we got rid of the Death Cough. And now we have a Tentacle Monstrosity that is pretty much the same but harder to kill with Firestorm, or with Fireball, I mean. So yeah, overall I would say that this is a pretty bad position to be in. I am surprised that things got so bad so fast. Like, I did SOT 1, and SOT 1 was like whatever. And then I got shafted from SOT 2 to SOT 4, and this happened. Hello, what do you think of the removal of experience from Abyss? I think it's kind of complicated. It has upsides and downsides. Like, the upside is that it removes the ability to Abyss Scum. Um, the downside is that sometimes you get banished earlier in the game, and you manage to kill enough things to get out, and that's like a bunch of experience that you got, and now you don't get that, so it feels even more punishing to get banished earlier in the game. That I do not like. Also, I think anything that makes you more powerful to do 15 runes is not something that should like get nerfed. I think the experience that the developers should like try to maintain scumming free is really like going for 3 or 4 runes. Anything after that is like you can kind of do whatever. Why reduce the amount of options that the players have at that point in the game? I mean, I understand if it's to remove like tedium and boredom from the early game or from the entirety of a 3 rune game, but after that, like that whole thing is optional if you're playing the game. So yeah, I don't know. I guess that's my thoughts on that matter. That matter. That's pretty bad. Like, this is not gonna work. Um, Immune to poison, fire, negative energy, and torment, and resistant to electricity, cold, and drowning. We could read holy words. That's also an option that we have, and I think I'm gonna read like 2 holy words. I was hoping for those 2 holy words to kill the 2 of these guys. It came kind of close, but it didn't kill the 2 of those guys. But I do have acid. I guess I can use acid. Okay, acid gets rid of the curse though. That's pretty good. Acid gets rid of the tentacle monstrosity. It does. Amazing. Shadow Dragon. If we can Firestorm you. And Fireball you. And I'm still slow. I hadn't really noticed, but I'm still slow. That's a bit of a shame. Normally, for options when you don't have a lot of mana, like once would be that. So in that regard, this mutation that makes my once more powerful is kind of lame. And I would definitely like not to have it, so I don't run into the issue that I was running into in that fight. Interesting. Okay, yet another tentacle monstrosity. Let's blink away from it. Well, that's kind of whack of a blink. Fortunately, it was enough space to kill that tentacle monstrosity. That has a very good chance of getting pretty bad if I take that fight there. So might as well reposition into an arena where if I get blinked, I don't get blinked potentially into revealing a bunch of unknown tiles and therefore a bunch of unknown monsters. Ooh, yeah, that whole exchange that we had in SOT 4 and then SOT 3 was so sketchy. It was a tragedy enabled by exploration-based traps. Um, I had to use so many consumables and resources to not die there. But that should maybe be like one of the final fights that we have with this character that are like that. Yeah, we're getting to a point in the game where if we play correctly, we shouldn't really run into that kind of issue very frequently. Mm, Jeez, I use so much mana for doing that. Okay, I am going to use Size Blast here. My once spending or costing mana to use is pretty lame. Do you know it used to be that that mutation made it so that you couldn't use once if you had zero mana, and it was a bad mutation. Fortunately, it's no longer the case. It's not a bad mutation anymore. And on the vast majority of characters, that mutation is something that I consider to be good. But on this character, it's not. I would say so right away. In this character, I don't consider it to be a good thing. Wow, that was a pretty good Orb of Destruction cast. Single cast got rid of a curse though. This spell is so good. I should really use it on more of my characters. It's single cool, sure it's single target, but it deals such ridiculous amounts of damage. Um, I like it. Let's go do SOT 2 because after all, I went down into SOT 2 and I immediately got shafted into SOT 4. I'm pretty sure if the game was able to shaft you into SOT 5, I'm not sure that's a possibility. I don't think it has ever happened to me at least. So I think it's safe to assume that it cannot happen. But if it could happen, I think the game would have shafted me into that level. How much range does your blink other have? Oh, it's full screen. That's pretty nasty. I don't think it should be full screen. Okay. Mm, Paralysis. Mm-hmm. Orb of Destruction. No, Orb of Destruction. No, it hit a wall. That's pretty unfortunate. Charming on the Draconian. Hmm. And I am running out of mana very frequently, it seems. I'm not that much of a fan of running out of mana so much. That's something that gets completely fixed by the Robo Folly, but unfortunately, I cannot really afford to put on the Robo Folly here because if I do, I can get into big trouble against leeches and stuff. Okay. Sure. Let's go downstairs, Mr. Storm Dragon. Uh-huh. Let's go upstairs. It seems to me that very frequently when I start a character or when I resume a character after like a whole day of not playing the game, I tend to get into very sketchy situations immediately, pretty much. Today is not the first time that happened, and it will probably not be the last time that happens, of course. Oh wait, I have Firestorm. Might as well do that. Yeah, that killed almost everything. Looking pretty good. Fireball kills the Scorcher. My Firestorm is at 10%. I think with 20, 20 fire magic, 20 conjurations, maybe 20 spell casting, I'm gonna be able to cast that extremely well. After all, 65 intelligence. In fact, if I put on the Row of Folly right now, I would be able to cast Firestorm with like not many issues. I think I would be able to cast it really, really well. Sure. You know, this Cloak of the Thief thing, I think it might be very good for Extended, because it does give me the ability to reposition after getting tormented. And by the way, that was interesting. Why did I not take that much damage from Torment? I don't have resistance to negative. I shouldn't have taken that much damage. You see, I only took 89. Huh. Interesting. 35 out of 58. Do I have, I don't. Oh, I do. I do. Wow, I can't believe it. I completely forgot that this thing has Guardian Spirit. I've been using it for a whole stream, and I forgot that this thing has Guardian Spirit. We need to get rid of that very soon. Yeah, that's a bad thing. Very bad thing for my character because it losing mana is very bad. The willpower is very good, and unfortunately, that's like the thing that makes me want to use this. Um, the rage is also very bad, prevents me from pressing tab. Fortunately, I'll be able to take that off soon. But I can't believe that I failed to take that into account when wearing that item. I mean, I didn't really have that many issues yesterday. Yeah, I think after the start of the stream, I actually didn't run into any situations that I could, but that I would consider to be like very bad situations, like the ones that I have already gotten into with this character. So obviously, the Hat of the Bear Spirit wasn't really that much of an issue yesterday, but today it might be a different thing. After all, I am going into Sot, and then after Sot, I am going into Torment Land. So I would rather not have low mana in Torment Land. Torment Land and Damnation Land. But also it's gonna be Firestorm Land, so yeah, that's gonna be very fun. Doing Extended with Robe of Folly. I hope that it goes well. Yeah, might as well just walk away from those shrooms. Did you know that the shrooms don't move unless you are not seeing them? That's why that death cap was chasing me, but it waited until I had it at the edge of line of sight in order to start chasing me. Oh, that's unfortunate. Double rock wall from that Orb of Destruction. Yeah. Sometimes you don't get very lucky with your Orbs of Destruction. It's just a thing that happens. Okay, there we go. So that was SOT 2. Let's go into SOT 3. That was SOT 3. Let's go into SOT 4. We know that SOT 4 has some unfortunate, nasty monsters for us. My Firestorm is at 9%. Yeah, the amount of experience that you get from doing this place is very crazy. You get so much experience in SOT. I would not be surprised if SOT had more experience than the entirety of like the early game. I mean, the early dungeon, Lair, and Orc. SOT probably has more experience than those places, and it's only 5 levels. Yeah. What do you guys think about the removal of experience from Abyss? Has it already been pushed to Trunk? I actually have no idea. It's not something that affects me too much apart from those early banishments. But then again, I try my best to not get banished early on, precisely because I think it's a very bad thing. By the way, how much damage does my Orb of Destruction do? 9 dice of 20. Jeez. And it's only gonna get crazier from there because we're gonna be getting more conjurations skill and more intelligence from wearing the Robe of Folly. Also, in my final level up, I'll probably get more intelligence. So yeah, that's even more intelligence. I could get dexterity instead, so I can dodge things. But nah, I'll get dexterity. All right, I'll get dexterity. I already have all the intelligence that I could possibly need. Like it's already more intelligence than I've ever had with any one of my characters, and it's gonna get more than that. It's crazy. I never thought that a demigod could get this amount of intelligence. But then again, not only am I a demigod and I get crazy stats, but I also have some crazy stat items. Yes, right now from rings I have 16 intelligence. Let's see. Do I have anything that gives me more intelligence? I don't think so. Oh, okay, it's only 16 intelligence from rings. It's gonna be 24 when I put on the robe. 24 intelligence from gear in general. Mm, okay, final level of SOT. Magic mapping. For a second, that I thought that this was a SOT vault, like this part that you can see right now on the screen. And I was like, what is going on? But no, obviously this is the SOT vault. Um, so exclude that. And as always, clear the rest of the level so that monsters don't come in and flank you while you're doing SOT, or you don't land in a position where many monsters could see you if you have to teleport. Which, funnily enough, did happen. This time that I had to teleport, I immediately landed in a position where there were monsters that were ready to fight me. That was pretty bad. Yep, it was pretty bad indeed. We got pretty good damage on that fireball. How much damage does it do? It's 3 dice of 35. Yeah, that's pretty nice damage for sure. Especially for an effect that cannot miss. Okay. I have won games with Radiate that deals way less damage than that. Just to like mention that. So my fireball dealing that amount of damage and being like pretty much full screen, and also not being able to miss, like all of that comes into conjunction, and like when combined makes for a fantastic character. Very powerful character. Really, this might be one of the strongest spellcasters that I have ever had, and I still have not put on the Robe of Folly, which will make my spells cost half mana. So that's gonna get even. It's gonna get even funnier. Once I start casting Firestorms with Robe of Folly, I'm actually gonna put it on the quiver, and I'm just like very unlikely to kill things with spells that are not Firestorm after that point. Okay, so that guy, the Orf, or rather, there's another curse though. There's so many curse though in this level. I find it pretty unfortunate, I have to say. Okay, Orbs of Fire, die to Orbs of Destruction. Hopefully. Oh wow, that one missed two Orbs of Destruction. That's a shame. Well, the curse though at least will prevent. Oh, it displays the Wandering Mushroom. That's interesting. Break the line of sight of the curse though. That's very important. Kill the Orb of Fire with Wand of Acid. After all, it was very hurt from from my constant shooting of orbs of destruction. Some of them had to hit the Orb of Fire. Okay, looking pretty good. Jeez, 92% spell power on Hosokuba's Refrigeration. I can't believe it. It's actually pretty ridiculous how powerful this character is. It's a 1 in a million character. Um, okay, so we're gonna not do this side because getting marked here would be bad. Also, I guess the game is very conveniently making me auto travel in the opposite direction because of the alarm trap, or the net trap rather. That's right there. So we're doing this side. This side is way easier, way safer. The combo play there, the crystals had to try to parry with a Moth of Rat summon that would eat the Orb of Destruction, but fortunately I was able to fireball the Moth of Rat. Alright, hold on. Let me get out into an ideal arena to fight that Orb of Fire, because we cannot really shoot an Orb of Destruction like that. I'm pretty sure it would just hit the wall, because it has happened already several times. Okay, that's fine, as long as you don't turn me into a bat. And yeah, that's what happens if you try to shoot Orbs of Destruction like that. They end up just hitting a wall. So definitely not something that I want to do too much. And unfortunately, Firestorm barely deals any damage to the Orb of Fire. So it's not something that I should really try to do. For Cerebov, I should not have Firestorm. I should have Polar Vortex. Polar Vortex will be easily castable. I only like I think for Polar Vortex I can get 19 Ice Magic and I'll be able to cast it easily. And we can get that experience very soon. So unless we go into Pandemonium and the first things that we see is Cerebov's level, we should be okay when it comes to getting enough experience to be able to cast Polar Vortex. It's fine because I was gonna drink Mutation to get rid of those, or to get rid of the mutation that that reduces the amount of mana that I have anyway. It reduces the amount of mana that I have when I'm using potions. That's what I mean. Wow, it went up to 7%. It was at 6%, but I lost 2 intelligence from a mutation. And obviously, I don't want to lose 2 intelligence. Not with this character. With many of my characters, even spellcasters, I would be like, oh, 2 intelligence, whatever. But this character is about being extremely intelligent. After all, I have 63 intelligence for a reason, neglecting my defenses and definitely my strength for the ability to be so smart. Okay. Goodbye, Killer Clown. No, it got hit by an Orb of Destruction, and it was like that was a really bad roll, damage-wise, of that Orb of Destruction. This could be an issue. Yeah, that Orb of Fire could be a serious issue. Stat rot. It's not an issue. That is not an issue, but yeah, I don't want to get hit too much by that. Your vision sharpens. Oh, now I have See Invisible. You know, getting so many mutations is really bad because it removes or like it reduces the possibility of getting rid of the ones that you actually want to get rid of. So even if you get good mutations from Orbs of Fire, that's a bad thing if you already have very nasty mutations that you feel like you need to remove. Okay. This level has so many Orbs of Fire and Curstos. What is going on? Why? Dude, there's another one. Okay, now I have the form body. I mean, it really doesn't do anything because I am wearing a robe, but as I mentioned, that's another mutation that I might get rid of before getting rid of the ones that I want to get rid of. And I only have 2 other potions of mutation. Okay, that's an instant leech. That's what we wanted to see. That thing dies easily from 2 Firestorms. I know for sure. And if I get a relatively decent roll, I'm pretty sure it also just like dies from a single Firestorm. Another Orb of Fire. Acid? Nah, let's just use another Orb of Destruction. It's been crazy, like the amount of Orbs of Fire that we have gotten here. I assume that the game has detected that my character is unusually powerful, and that's why it's throwing so many Orbs of Fire at me. Okay, that's 20 conjurations. Now I have 20, 21. Ideally, I would like to go to 21 in the future. But now I feel like the need to get 21 Ice Magic so I can cast Polar Vortex, which I already have. I'm pretty sure I have it. If I don't have it here, I have it in a shop. Yep, Book of Ice, Polar Vortex, 26% chance to fail, but that will go down very quickly. Yeah, can I even learn it? Hold on. 1 spell level left. Okay, so I obviously cannot learn it until I get enough spell levels. Okay, so if I wanted to learn that, I think I would maybe forget about maybe Starburst. Yeah, Starburst is in an awkward position right now between Fireball and Polar Vortex, or rather between Fireball and Firestorm. Firestorm is obviously too overkill for some things. Fireball is for those things that are too overkill for Firestorm. But then again, my the Roll of Folly has Brilliance, so the spell cost is not really gonna be an issue. I'll be able to just spam Fireball. So it might be a good idea to get rid of Starburst and Fireball. Well, what's gonna happen in reality is that I'm gonna get rid of Ramparts and Starburst, and that is gonna make enough room for getting Polar Vortex. Yeah, Fireball can remain. Okay, I'm not gonna do so immediately. Doing SOT before going into extended is very nice. You do get the downside of losing or like getting heavily malmutated, right? That's unfortunately a thing that can happen, but you also get so much experience from doing that, which then enables you to get even more experience from doing extended. And yeah, that has been so many Orbs of Fire. Um, Apart from the ones that we have fought here, I think I killed one in SOD 1. So I would be very interested in knowing how many Orbs of Fire I ended up having to fight in this place. Because it feels like I have killed already so many of them. hmm Okay, that's the Orb of Sot. Of course, we're not gonna pick that up. Hello, Cayman. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. We are going through Sot, and at the very start of this stream, we got into a very tricky situation. I'm surprised that I survived that. It was a relatively close call. I had to use two scrolls of blinking, but at least I didn't die. And that's even more orbs of fire. It's pretty funny how many of them we have seen. 18 ice magic. I tell you, it goes up like crazy. Polar Vortex is at 14%. Jeez. Okay, that's really funny. How did you get out of that situation? It was a combination of reading Scroll of Teleport and then like surviving for long enough because in SOT teleport takes forever to trigger. I think it took like more than 10 turns to trigger. More probably 11 turns. Probably 11 turns is what it took to trigger. So I had to re-teleport and then keep myself alive using potions of heal wounds. I had 10. I had 10 before that. And then it was not over yet because after the teleport I landed in a draconian next to a draconian band with no mana, very low HP, but also within line of sight of the stairs. So I had to use a scroll blinking to get into the stairs, and then I went upstairs and I still had enemies to deal with on the other side of the stairs because I got shafted. So it was a very intense moment. I went into SOT 2 after clearing SOT 1, and then on the stairs that I took down, I got shafted to SOT 4. So I went from SOT 1 to SOT 4 pretty much. And normally that is not that much of an issue, but I did get into a very complicated fight right after getting shafted, and then I realized that as I realized something that I had not realized, and that is the Hat of the Bear Spirit has Guardian Spirit. As a spellcaster, you don't want to have Guardian Spirit. Like I know with this character, I don't want to have Guardian Spirit because I need my mana to be able to kill things, and if I don't have mana, I cannot kill things. Um, Especially with this thing making me berserk if I try to melee. So for practical purposes, it might as well have minus melee instead of rage. Getting berserk with the elemental staff is awful. It's abysmal. It doesn't do anything for practical purposes because the staff's melee damage is already like not a thing that exists. So yeah, I don't want to press staff, but we are done with SOT, so let's just get Polar Vortex. I did say that I was not gonna get Polar Vortex, but I think it might be useful for some fights against monsters that don't have hexes, specifically Cerebov. I'm picking up Polar Vortex for the main purpose of getting rid of Cerebov. Book of Ice, give me that. Polar Vortex, we still cannot learn it, but we can Amnesia. We can Amnesia Starburst, as I mentioned, and we can also Amnesia Frozen Ramparts. We can also Amnesia Stone Arrow. Well, I think I'll keep that one around. Irradiate might be a better thing to have than Stone Arrow. It deals more damage. Nothing really resists it. I think it's not such a terrible idea to learn Irradiate instead of Stone Arrow. You chose a Shansari for your Draconian Ice Elementalist. That's a pretty good choice. Yes, for sure. I would probably do the same if I had not already won so many Ashensari characters. That god is so powerful. 12% Polar Vortex. Okay, let's drink Mutation to get rid of the -2 intelligence. Well, that's a shame. Let's find more Mutation. I could also go do a Ziggurat before going into Pandemonium. Yeah, this character is definitely powerful enough to do at least some of a Ziggurat, maybe not the entirety of it. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so the time has come to wear the Robe of Folly. Firestorm is at 2%. Polar Vortex is at 6% with the Robe of Folly. I have 73 intelligence. This is gonna be fun. The time has come for me to quiver Firestorm. Alright, we have done the entirety of SOT. We have done pretty much everything that is not extended. I think we even have 4 runes because I also did Slime. Yep. So we could do Pandemonium right now, or we could do a Ziggurat. I'm gonna go do Pandemonium. Did I do the vestibule, actually? I think I forgot to do the vestibule. We can do the vestibule. Okay, this is gonna be fun. I'm just gonna Firestorm everything here. I think they have hexes. They don't have hexes. These guys have, the Necromancers have Agony. So I could get Agony. Yeah, 88% chance to Agony me. That's pretty funny. Okay. I find it interesting that even with such high spell power, Firestorm doesn't take up the entirety of its area of effect every time. Also, now that I have 0 willpower because of the Robe of Folly, we need to get rid of the hut of the Bear Spirit. Yeah, I was only wearing that for the willpower, and we don't really care about the willpower anymore. So give me that. Let me put that very carefully on the floor. Yeah, because we're not taking off the Robe of Folly. If it kills me, it kills me. It's just how it is, and I will never use it again if it kills me. How do you figure out what spells are good? There are so many. Lol. Well, read what the spell does. Think about if it's something that you think is gonna be useful for you, or you could also just try them. I know that my experience was accumulated mainly from trying those spells, so you could also try them. But anyway, we are going to go do the Vestibule of Hell again. Oh, by the way, I think I killed Herion. I think I killed Herion and I didn't even notice, because I know that when you go in here, you are thrown into a fight against Herion pretty much immediately. That was very funny. Herion took like 4 Firestorms, so okay, I can respect that. Notice Herion killed Herion. You love to see it. Okay, so Polar Vortex. You feel a strong surge of power, a great freezing vortex appears and lifts you up, and it costs such little mana. It's excellent. Oh, Murray, finally! Okay, so this is quite probably the only unique that I have not killed in this account yet. Quite probably the only unique that I have yet to kill. Murray, the demonic talking skull. Um, as you can see, bunch of HP, bunch of armor class. So this guy is very dangerous because he has the ability to torment coupled with a very resilient body. Um, I think Murray has a 1 in 3 chance to spawn in the vestibule of hell, and that's the only place in the game where Murray has a chance to spawn. So I'm very excited to finally have a chance to get rid of Murray and kill every unique in the game in this account. Mhm. Look at that tile. That tile is amazing. Firestorm. hmm Murray went away, moved away by Polar Vortex. Murray should be somewhere around here, so I'm gonna Fireball, or Fireball, Orb of Fire, or sorry, not Orb of Fire, Firestorm there. And after a couple of Firestorms and Polar Vortex, Murray just stops existing. And let me tell you that this thing, spamming Fireball thing, seems to be going very well. Mm, Yeah, it only costs like for practical purposes it costs 4 mana because it costs 5, but then I regain 1 mana from my Amulet of Mana regen. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. I get the ability to spam that so much. It's pretty absurd. Okay, level 26. I did the entire. Okay, that's actually pretty ridiculous. I did the entirety of a 3-rune game pretty much, and I was experience level 25 on my way out pretty much. I am going into extended, and I am only experience level 26. Mm, I need to stall a bit for mana. Sure. Maybe I should get LRD. I could also get a Shatter. What's my success rate on that? 4%. You know what? I think it's okay to leave it at that. Let's just train 19 Earth Magic for Shatter. Hmm. Oh, wait, I have Blink. Let's just cast Blink. Well, that's a bad Blink. Blink costing 1 mana because the mana gets halved, and then I gain 1 mana from the Amulet of Mana regen is pretty crazy. Blinks are free with the Roll of Folly. Um, okay, there we go. This character will most likely get into some issues if it finds itself running out of mana very frequently because I don't have many melee capabilities. Um, so it's probably gonna be important for me to not run out of mana. In the meantime, let's spam Firestorm. This thing of having Firestorm on the quiver is great. Yeah. Also, I wonder how much the success rate will go up um, after I train spellcasting. By the way, that's the first hexer that I have seen, the Tainted Leviathan, and of course it was able to hex me first attempt. Oh man, this is pretty funny. Let me make a dump and get the dump. Yeah, I want to see how many Orbs of Fire I fought in SOT. I feel like it was a lot. I think it was a lot. Yeah, it seems to me like it was a lot of Orbs of Fire. Vanquish creatures. 12 Orbs of Fire, one of which was killed in SOT 1. So in SOT 5, I had to fight 11 Orbs of Fire. Jeez, 11 Orbs of Fire. Fortunately, I had Orb of Destruction precisely for Orbs of Fire. Um, Kind of hard to go wrong with Orb of Destruction. I would even say that it is better at killing Orbs of Fire than Firestorm is, because they do not resist the kind of damage that Orb of Destruction deals. Okay, the rest of the the rest of the vestibule is pretty much a joke compared to Herion and Murray. Murray is actually significantly more dangerous than Herion is. It used to be something unique about Murray that Murray could move while the Curse Schools could not, but of course that has been changed. Curse Schools can definitely move now. So Murray is not particularly too exciting or unique now. With that out of the way, with the vestibule of the hell being done, we can definitely go do Pan. Oh, hold on, hold on. I have Shatter already. I do. Okay. Vestibule? No, let's do Pan. Okay, before going into Pan, let me make sure that I have all that I want to have. Maybe we can drop some things here. Maybe no. Oh, I can drop the potions of brilliance. Oh wow, like they're marked as useless, but I try to drop them and they are not dropped as useless items. Interesting. All right, goodbye potions of brilliance. They're marked as useless because I already have the effect from the robe of folly. It just gives you infinite brilliance, willpower, or willpower equals 0 and 8 intelligence. So yeah, I have no willpower. I love willpower. I think willpower is literally like an essential thing to have, and I don't have any. But then again, I also have Firestorm. I think this character could even think about using a harm item, but the only harm items that I have are Leech and that plate armor that is completely unusable. And I don't want to wield Leech. I would like to have an amulet with harm, or I think I could maybe use a cloak of harm, but I don't have those. So here we go. Fingers crossed that it doesn't go bad. I cannot wait to see how this goes bad. Okay, this doesn't have a hex. Refrigeration. Oh, you know what? Why refrigerate when I have Polar Vortex? Yep, Polar Vortex kills things faster than refrigeration does. This is gonna be great. Yeah, this is a new experience for me. Going into extended with the Row of Folly. Having so much mana that I don't really have to be afraid of running out of mana. So here's the thing: it says 58 mana, but the Row of Folly pretty much doubles that. And then I also have an Amulet of Mana Regen, Hell Sentinel. Sure, we can just Firestorm you. 3, 4. Oh, 4 was all that I took to kill that guy. That's nice. Maybe I shouldn't have Firestorm in the quiver. The responsible thing to do is to have Fireball in the quiver instead of Firestorm. But Firestorm is just so funny. Also, many things are getting killed by a single Firestorm, and I think I would probably need 2 Fireballs to kill many of the things that I am currently killing with a single Firestorm. I don't need that. You know, if I keep walking around, I am gonna get absolutely dumpstered. Oh, Panlord, what do you have? SGD, Bolt of Draining and Abjuration. Well, at least you don't have paralysis. The moment that we see a Panlord with paralysis, like that one becomes my greatest fear. Yep, that guy is perfectly capable of killing me. That theoretical Panlord with paralysis. In fact, it's not perfectly capable of killing me. It's like I'm almost guaranteed to get killed by a paralysis panlord or by a paralysis enemy in general if I am forced to fight one. So I hope that it doesn't happen. Okay. Polar Vortex in a corridor. In case you don't know, Polar Vortex becomes trash if you're in a corridor. Yeah, you can see here how like it has such low range. It is a shame, but there's not much to do about it. Okay. In case you don't know about Pandemonium, the levels that don't have an announce rune have a chance to have the demonic rune. They're not guaranteed, but they have a chance to have it. Mm, sorry. In this case, well, the rune should be here, and the rune is not here, so I know that there's no rune in this level, and so I shall depart it. Mm, hmm. Thinking about amnesiaing more things. Oh, I guess I can't. In that case, it might not be a terrible idea for me to train spellcasting, um, so I can cast Shatter when the time comes to cast Shatter. Okay, we go into the next level and we immediately see a fiend. Please don't torment me. All right, doesn't torment me. Dies to Polar Vortex very quickly, and either the Pandemonium Lord Vault is over there, or this level's generation includes fiends, Brimstone fiends and ice fiends apparently. So regardless of what it is, I should not be in that level any longer than strictly necessary, and I am going to depart it. Yep. The way that Pandemonium level generation works is super unusual. It is unlike anything else in the game. Like the levels have a certain pool of monsters that can generate in them, and like the monsters keep generating and generating and generating. They don't. You cannot clear the entirety of a Pandemonium level. It's just not a thing that happens. So you may have already figured it out from all of that. But theoretically, you have infinite experience in Pandemonium. Theoretically, mm, in practice, it is dangerous to Pandemonium scum, and I don't think many people do it. They used to do it in the Abyss, but apparently that's not going to be a thing that can happen anymore. So people will start doing it in Pandemonium. Mm, so because of that, Pandemonium might also get nerfed, but I think it's fine. Oh, is that a potion of mutation? It's attraction. I don't want that. This is really not a character that cares about attraction. Okay, this is Holy Pan. Holy Pan is the only level in the entirety of the game that gives you the message, the tension of great conflict fills the air. um, so yeah, there's gonna be a lot of angels in here. This is a Pandemonium level, but it has a million angels. Cherubims and Nophanim and Nappies, which are pretty much the opposite of a Death Yak. Hold on. A Placid Sacred Bull of Elivilon. It can go for up to 40 to deal extra damage to the undead and demons if any damage is dealt. Fortunately, I am neither the undead or a demon. I am just a lowly demigod walking around here and firestorming everything with my 0 willpower. By the way, what's my power on Firestorm? It is 100%. Dude, this is not real. My character is so loaded that I have 100% power on a spell that I am like nowhere near mastering. I have 20.7 fire magic, 20 conjurations, and because I have 3 enhancers and 73 intelligence, I have 100% already. It's crazy, dude. Um, it's crazy. How much damage does it deal? 8 dice of 25. That's a maximum of 200 damage theoretically on a monster that is not resistant to fire. So obviously we have no issues killing many things. Even things that are fire immune should die very easily to Firestorm. The reason why I still, regardless of that, picked up Polar Vortex for Cerebov is because Cerebov is not a normal monster. Cerebov has obscene amounts of HP. Like it's actually ridiculous how much HP Cerebov has. Interesting. That bolt usually has more devas. It's probably that it does have a bunch of devas, but I'm just like killing them so fast. Normally devas are very dangerous here because of their tower shield. By the way, this place is probably gonna have a tower shield that I could think about using. Torment. I don't think I care about that scroll torment. It can be on the floor. It can remain on the floor. So from killing these devas, there's a non-zero chance of me stumbling upon a Randart tower shield. Also, this is one of the very few places in the game or in Pandemonium where there is a sizable amount of high-quality loot. Um, so if you have the power and you're not like so scared of doing it, you can definitely clear the entirety of this to get the loot. And I think I might do it. Yeah. For some reason, these clouds of blessed fire, they don't seem to deal that much damage. Pandemonium is cool because it can drop items that are near impossible to find. Yeah, well, when it comes to this particular part of Pandemonium, it can drop Pearl Dragon scales. In fact, I think you're almost guaranteed to find them because the Seraph has a very high chance of getting Pearl Dragon scales. There's also like 3 Pearl Dragons. Here you see one. That one didn't drop scales, but you can definitely get scales from them, I swear. Um, and those are like some of the rarest items in the game. Also, you demon whips, blessed Trishulas, and sacred scourges. No, actually, when it comes to blessed Trishulas, I'm pretty sure you cannot get them from here. I'm pretty sure only Menas can have blessed Trishula. Found Pearl Dragon skills on D3 once. Lucky you. I think it's been a while since I have had a character that wants to use Pearl scales. But then again, I always mention when I get them that they are not really something that I think is that good. I mean, they're okay, but they're not that incredible. Yeah, Ice Dragon scales give you a more relevant resistance with the same amount of encumbrance and only one less armor class. Sure, you become weak to fire, but it is what it is. And I guess it depends on what you think. I personally like to have resistances from my body armor, but there are some people that say your body armor doesn't really matter for resistances, and if you think like that, you're probably gonna think of Pearl Dragon skills as a very good thing to find, but I don't think like that. Mm, okay, so we killed the Seraph. It's very funny because normally Seraphim are a very dangerous monster to find. In fact, they're on the same level as a Pandemonium Lord pretty much, and I managed to absolutely dumpster it with Firestorm. Yeah, it turns out that when you can cast Firestorm so many times, mm, when you can do that, you don't really have to worry that much about the Seraph or almost anything in the game. And as I mentioned, this level has a guaranteed demonic rune of Sod. It's guaranteed. If it hasn't generated by the time you come in here, it will be here. It's 100% of the time it will be here. In addition to other nice loot that you can find here, there's a very good chance of finding sacred scourges and Eudemon blades from here. But I don't think I care about those items. Yeah, you can see there are +5 Eudemon blade and a +2 sacred scourge. So we shall leave those items right on the floor. They don't belong on the floor, but this character cares not about using a weapon. We have Firestorm. Firestorm makes me able to use a weapon. Oh, you know what's even funnier? I'm pretty sure that I have. Okay, that's great. I have 100% power on Polar Vortex, but I still have a 3% chance to fail it. That kind of thing is not common. Like that, just straight up doesn't happen. So you're witnessing something rather unique today with this character. Mm. hmm It's incredibly difficult to get to 100% spell power on the level 9 spells. You need like in order to get 100% spell power on those, you need to have a truly ridiculous character. And well, this character has 73 intelligence, and it also has three enhancers. It doesn't have three enhancers. It should have three enhancers. Or is it only two enhancers? Well, it's the Row of Folly and the Elemental Staff. Okay, it's only two enhancers. Yeah. It's okay because I don't need three enhancers for 100% power. So obviously my next and final level up will give me dexterity. Yeah, I don't care about strength because I don't want to replace my body armor, and I do not care about intelligence because I have 100% spell power on the spells that matter. So intelligence is kind of obsolete at this point. We're going to be going for dexterity for a little bit of extra evasion, the placebo number. To be fair, my armor class is surprisingly good. I have no idea how I have 27 armor class, but apparently I do. Um, but um, but my evasion is only 22, and I need something to complement my armor class. For this point in the game, I would say 27 is on the low end. This is a crazy character. If it was not a demigod, like obviously if it was not a demigod, it would not be this powerful. But if it was able to worship a god, this would be an ideal Mega Sig character with how powerful it is. It also doesn't run out of mana, so at least in that regard, I don't need godly assistance. I wonder how many Farstorms I'm gonna have cast by the end of this character. Yeah, this feels great. um, yeah, I would tell you to give it a try so you can share my joy, but it's impossible to reliably replicate. I cannot even give you the seed because I'm playing Trunk. You would need to play the specific version of Trunk for you to get all the crazy loot that I have gotten with this character. So this place has a guaranteed exit from Pandemonium. It also has Pearl Dragons past that river. I'm pretty sure there's like at least one. I'm gonna drink a potion of flight. I'm pretty sure there's also an exit over here, so I'm just gonna like auto explore and kill these apices and see what the level has here for me. Mm, 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 mm. I hope that Deva didn't have a Randar Tower shield. Oh, is this the closet where normally there's an angel and a Deva? I must have already killed them. Okay, yeah. I think the Pearl Dragon is down there. So we're gonna drink another potion of flight. I could also cast Polar Vortex because Polar Vortex makes you fly. Sure. Yep, there used to be a level 3 spell that made you fly, but that was removed a long time ago. And now there is Polar Vortex, I guess. So if you want to fly, you better get ready to cast the level 9 spell. Okay, and here is a bit of extra loot that apparently was not very impactful for my character. We shall depart this accursed place then. A good old linking also works. Let's just get out. As I mentioned, this place has a portal out all the time. It's guaranteed. Did I mention it? This level has always like a guaranteed gate leading out of Pandemonium. It also has a part that I could have explored for another Pearl Dragon that I didn't. That's a bit of a shame. Let me drop. Oh, the Scrolls of Identifier marked as useless now. That's a nice change. I can appreciate that change. Let me drop those two. Let's also get rid of Brilliance, of course. I don't know why I'm still carrying Brilliance, or why is it still being picked up when it's marked as useless. And it will be useless for the rest of the game because I don't think I want to take off the Row of Folly. If I die to it, I die to it. It's what it is. Do note that if I die to the Row of Folly, I'm never using it again. In fact, it's just not an item that I would use on many of my characters. Like the only way for me to want to use the Robe of Folly is to have a character that is very reminiscent of this one. A character that can cast Firestorm very consistently. It doesn't even need to have that much power to when it comes to the Firestorm, but it needs to be able to cast it really, really well. Um, that's the only character that I would consider for Robo Folly. And other level 9 spells don't do the trick. It needs to be Firestorm because for Firestorm I can leave like the monsters away. Is Demon Spawn good with Ashensari? Is the lack of items to curse bad? The lack of items to curse is bad. Demon Spawn is good with Ashensari. You get high piety quickly. Yes, you would get high piety quickly, but you also would not get as many curse enhancements as other things. Like my Octopode. The other day I played an Octopode of Ashensari. I think that one is on YouTube, or at least the latter part of it, because I did go for 15 runes with that character, and I didn't upload the early game, because the early game was relatively unremarkable in that character. It's just that I eventually became powerful enough to want to do 15 runes, and that was the remarkable part when it came to that character. So that's the thing that I uploaded. Um, Okay, we have Menolek, and we landed within line of sight of Menolek. Fortunately for me, I am a master of firestorming. Um, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. And again, we're gonna cast a Polar Vortex too. And a Firestorm. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, Menolek is almost dead. And Menoleg didn't die from that, but should die next turn, because Menoleg is standing on a polar vortex. Very few things survive that. You kill Menoleg. As easy as that. It took me 5 turns. Notice Menoleg kills Menoleg. And Menoleg is no pushover. Menoleg is a very bad fight for a melee character, actually. Really awful for a melee character. Huh. The Eldritch Tentacle didn't get hit by the Firestorm? Huh. Or maybe the portal to somewhere is like counts like a wall in a strange way. That's probably what it was. Also, this level has ungodly amounts of tormentors. On no, not tormentors. Sorry, that's my bad. It has ungodly amounts of malmutators between cacodemons and Necosex. Also, even Menolek has a pretty nice ability to malmutate you. So this place can be very nasty for a character that cannot just run around and firestorm everyone and everything, the way that I am doing right now. I'm gonna be training evocations so I can put on the orb. Oh, okay. You're confused because I got hexed because this thing has an 86% chance to confuse me, and that's funny. Okay, I got slowed, but that's fine. What did I get malmutated? Oh, I didn't. It tried to malmutate me and it failed. That's unfortunate. I lost 3 intelligence. Did I lose my 100% spell power? I didn't. It was intelligence drain. No, the Cacodemon tried to malmutate me. You see this line of text here? The Cacodemon gestures at you, strange energies curse through your body. That's a monster malmutating you. And this time I didn't get a mutation applied. That can happen depending on the amount of mutations that you already have. It's just like an extremely unlikely thing to happen with only 2 mutations. That ring is fine, but fine is not enough for me to even consider a ring, considering the incredible quality of the rings that I already have. It's crazy how good they are. The 2 of them are on a league of their own. This one, it's super good and it has no downsides. I can't believe that the game generated a ring like that. And this one does have a downside, but it's also really good. And the downside is only if you take off the ring, which you're not gonna do because the ring is that good. Oh, that's the worst mutation in the game. Um, That's a shame. We're gonna drink Curing here. We are gonna. Oh, I resisted something. 85% to resist the confusion gaze of a golden eye, and we resisted it. I was so happy that I was gonna get out of here without getting malmutated, and then I got hit with the worst mutation in the game. Hold on. Yeah, I should go buy that potion of mutation in depths 4 when I get out of Pandemonium. How many magic mapping do I have? Only 5. That's not gonna cut it. I need to save them then. Who knows? This character feels so ridiculous that I might even be incentivized to do Tomb. Oh, extended. Yeah, we have to do it. Like, I have the Robo Folly. I cannot not do extended. I need to prolong this character as much as I can to truly enjoy and revel in the power of the Robo Folly. Okay, Glowing Rune of Sot. So now we have 6. 6 out of quite probably 14, maybe 10. And it's almost guaranteed that it's not going to happen, but 15 is also a possibility. Um, okay. And we have Firestorm on the quiver. I'm just firestorming everything, and I have been firestorming everything since I got the Row of Folly. There's not a lot of incentive for casting things that are not Firestorm when you have the Row of Folly. I've been casting a teeny tiny bit of Polar Vortex. I have Polar Vortex ready for my upcoming fight against Cerebov, maybe also for fights against Dispater and mm, Dispater and Asmodeus. Dispater is not immune to fire, I think, but Dispater has a lot of HP, so the incredible damage output of Polar Vortex is gonna help for dealing with that guy. Something that I like about the flavor text of the Hell Lords is that 3 out of the 4 of them say "greatest of the Lords of Hell." There's 3 or there's 4 of them, and 3 of them say "greatest of the Lords of Hell," and it's like very obvious that it's not a mistake. That's absolutely intentional, just to like showcase that they are all very mighty. And the one that doesn't have any is Antaeus, because Antaeus is very unlike the other Lords of Hell in nature. Antaeus is a titan that was corrupted instead of just like a being that was born out of humanity's sin, I guess. And that's pretty cool. And as you can see, this guy doesn't have any hexes, but it does have immunity to fire. Actually, I thought that this Pater was only resistant to fire instead of immune. We're gonna be able to kill that guy with Polar Vortex in conjunction with Firestorm. I might even cast a bit of Shatter. I've been training for that. I wonder at which point it's safe and reasonable to use the orb that I have, because I have an orb of energy that I kind of want to wield, because it's kind of like the ideal thing for my character, but I haven't been able to put it on. Okay, give me that. Actually, give me this. Why would I not buy these if I have the money? Yeah, I don't care about the rest of those. I'm not gonna use them. Only the curing potions and heal wounds might be of some interest to me. I don't like so much that whenever you do this, Pandemonium doesn't appear here. I think it should appear here, especially because there's nothing that takes up the P letter. So I think I think going to P should put you in an entrance to Pandemonium instead of having to search for Pandemonium and then auto-traveling there. But I don't know. So I am having a blast with this character. Yeah, I'm just pressing the Firestorm button and things are dying. Oh, Panlord. Let's see what you do. Crystal Spear, Energy Bolt, Invisibility, and Slow at 87%. Of course, that will slow me, so we still have yet to find the fabled Pandemonium Lord with paralysis. The moment that happens, like, that guy will kill me. But until I find that guy, we can just enjoy the game and enjoy my ability to cast a Firestorm like 7 times to kill a Pandemonium Lord. Okay. I will probably train that to 27, but not immediately. Mm, I'm gonna train Earth Magic now, so I can cast Shatter. I can already learn Shatter. Yeah, the only thing that was preventing me from learning it was the fact that I didn't have enough spell levels, and that's why I was training spellcasting. Training spellcasting also gives me the nice upside of having a bit extra mana. So now I have 62 mana. If I train the spellcasting to 27, I would have like 70 probably. I don't know exactly how the mana gain works on training spellcasting, especially when you add in unknown factors as the increased reservoir of magic of the demigod. All that I know is that training spellcasting gives you mana. Sorry for that, had to sneeze. Just to follow up on that train of thought of the spellcasting giving you mana, that's the reason why I train spellcasting first thing with my spellcasters at the very start of the game. The ability to get mana from that will give you more kill dudes capability than training your skills in order to be able to kill things, you know? Um, at the beginning of the game, like turn one, you already can kind of kills relatively well. D1 things, but you can kill them relatively well nonetheless. What you can't do is kill many things. You can get into a fight on D1 and you will probably use like your entire mana pool killing something like a Quokka or something. Um, but if your mana pool is larger, well, that's a very nice thing for you. Allows you to get through fights without running out of mana. Talking about running out of mana, I am running out of mana. I do have an amulet of mana regen, so as long as we don't get into too many fights in a row, we are always fine. And yeah, you can see here that now I have 25 mana. I can just like walk forward and cast Polar Vortex actually. The only moment at which that is not gonna be a good idea is if I am fighting anything that can hex. Yeah. Any hexers means that I should not do that. Oh, Cerebov, let's go. That's what I wanted to see. Shatter is at 73%. We're not quite close to it, um, but it's gonna happen. Exit through the horrors of the abyss. I don't think I care too much about it. This is the one level where it might not be a terrible idea to remove Firestorm from the quiver, and we can quiver refrigeration instead. I got hit by a lot of fireballs and damnation there. Fortunately, I didn't get hit by torment. This level has crimson imps. Those used to be plentiful in the dungeon, but they were removed because they were more annoying than they were dangerous. They were hard to kill, but they were also not very threatening, not having any range attacks, and they were immune to fire, so fire elementalists absolutely despise them. I think the removal of Crimson Imps from the early game was a very big increase in power for the fire elementalist. Okay. This level has a lot of Balrogs. Well, in general, it has a million monsters that are weak to cold, so refrigeration is godly here. It's way better than Firestorm would be, and it's also Slightly better than Polar Vortex, because Polar Vortex is not able to hit the entirety of the screen the turn I cast it, and Refrigeration is. Also, this level doesn't have anything that can hex me or try to petrify me, so the minus potion thing doesn't really matter too much. Okay. Do any of the demon spawn have hexes? I actually have no idea. Yeah, that could be like the one thing that could destroy me here. We've already cleared almost the entirety of the level. How about we don't do that and instead we go in and fight Cerebov? Once I killed Cerebov not with Polar Vortex, with Absolute Zero. It was funny. Okay, there it is, Cerebov. 651 HP and a ton of armor class to boot, immune to fire, not resistant to cold. So what we're gonna do is close the door, go around the corner, rest to full mana, get here, drink haste. I don't think I even hasted for SOT 5. Okay. I still have a decent amount of HP, so I should be fine here. Gonna walk outside and wait for Cerebov to get slightly closer. And then we're gonna go hard on the Polar Vortex. Okay, you have Fire Summon, right? Aha, you have Fire Summon. Summon Demons of Flame and Damnation. So this means summon Brimstone Fiend or Balrog or Helion. Those are the three that this thing can summon. It used to summon trashier monsters like Efreeti and Sun Demons, but I don't think it does that anymore. It was changed recently. Also, Cerebov didn't used to get this. Cerebov used to get Summon Greater Demon as well. Many of the monsters that now get special summon spells used to get Summon Greater Demon. Whoa. I killed Cerebov in a single cast of Polar Vortex. Now, to be fair, I did spam refrigeration, but that just goes to show how powerful a level 9, well, not level 9, 100% spell power Polar Vortex is. That was actually crazy. Let me pick up this Sword of Cerebov, and unfortunately, we cannot use it. I feel like it's not an item that you want to use by the time in the game where you find it. I do agree that it would be a very nice thing if it came earlier into the game, but it doesn't. That Great Mace is amazing, however. From all the levels in the Pandemonium, there are not Holy Pandaries. This is like the one that has loot. Cerebov always has his rooms with loot. Orb of Rat, let's take a look at that. It gives me Berserkitis. That's a crazy item. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that kind of item is for the player that doesn't care about increasing the possibility of surviving. Or maybe they try to do that, but by killing everything. And I don't know. I don't think this is the kind of character to be using any of those orbs, except for the Orb of Energy. I want to use that one. 28% shatter. When I came in here, it was like 73%. That's crazy. Let us go to the exit. No, it's an exit through the horrors of the abyss. I don't care about it. Let's go here then. Okay. I can't believe it. Like, I actually dumpstered Cerebov. It was not even close. I don't think I took too much damage. And Cerebov has Firestorm. And Firestorm from Cerebov hurts. So, okay, Glork's Block. That one is fun. I know that I'm very close to where Glork's Block is, so I'm just gonna use Magic Mapping. Okay. In order to get to Glork's Block, I am going to sit here and I'm gonna Shatter and I'm gonna get the rune. And I can kill Glork's Block easily. This level, I think, maybe has Hexers. I'm not too sure, actually. I'll have to take a look at that whenever I see something that I think could hex me. 36 scrolls of teleportation. That's very funny. Getting such ridiculous amounts of scrolls of teleportation. Okay, I decided to go for Polar Vortex here because it's a more mana efficient spell than Firestorm. So it kills many things for the same amount of mana, more things for the same amount of mana. So kind of something that you have to do when you have only 19, 20 mana. Okay. Please let me rest to full HP. The game is kind of not letting me rest to full HP, but to be fair, I'm resting outside of the vault. This vault has a lot of enemies. After all, it is the vault of a Pandemonium Lord. It's only normal for that to be the case. Glork's Block's level has Shadow Demons, Shadow Wraiths, Executioners, Lorosiproca, apparently Soul Eaters as well. None of which worry me too much. Let's cast the Shatter. You miscast Shatter. Yeah, it's only at 21%, so it's reasonable to miscast it. Okay, it's at 21%, and I still tried, or I still have to try 3 times to cast it correctly. What if I just don't fight Glorks? I don't have to not fight Glorks. It's just that I would like to be able to hit Glorks with like 17 Firestorms before fighting him. Okay, there we go. Moderately wounded. This one's the description is pretty lackluster, I think. Yeah, the other ones have very fantastic descriptions, but Glork's Block doesn't. Shadowy figure clothed in profound darkness, and that's it. It's just an edgelord. If you have access to the Learn database, you can look up the guide to Pandemonium Lords, and Glork's Block's entry on that is very funny. Yeah, it's like Glork's Block is the true god from of the Pandemonium Lords. And let me tell you that description is very fitting after reading that very brief description of Glork's Block. Okay, so in order to get out of here, we can definitely do some digging, as easy as that. I could have also used Shatter, but my Shatter has a very reasonable chance to be miscast, and I don't want it to be miscast, because it gives me a ton of contamination. I think Shatter has 3 dice of 70 3 dice of 70 damage at maximum spell power. It's right now at 3 dice of 68, and I'm at 95% spell power, so 3 dice of 70 sounds like a very real possibility. Okay, do I have a port? Because a port could be good here. Doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, I do have a port, but I have to buy it. When I get out of here, I'll go buy a port. This has to be one of the fastest clearings of Pandemonium that I have ever done. It really feels like we have been speed running it. Yeah, okay. This is the final one. Lomlobon resides here, so Lomlobon is not that dangerous. I think this level does have leeches who can hex me, but on the other hand, I have Firestorm, and I can just Firestorm them to death. Globes of Infusion shall be left behind, because my current Globes of 4 Dexterity are better. And I think after doing Pandemonium, I might do a Ziggurat. I feel powerful enough to do a Ziggurat. Okay, I think this is the entrance. Yeah, it is the entrance. Okay, no hexes, only conjurations. We are going to one-shot it with Firestorm. Yeah, it's very hard for these monsters to survive 8 dice of 20. I wonder if it's actually 8 dice of 20. That feels a bit too crazy. But crazier things have happened in this game. Chain Lightning has like 3 dice of 150 at 100% power, so there's that. Oh sure, like why does the game even ask you if you want to hurt your fire vortices? Like they are very worthless, the fire vortices. Oh, wait, you can banish me. I'm glad that it didn't try to banish me because it would have succeeded. 81% to banish me. Aha, so this level does have hexers that could be a reasonable threat to me and my 0 willpower. Better not get hit by a hex from them. Okay. I feel like we're doing well. We're about to enter the Bolt of Lom. This might be the most complicated fight because Lom does have major healing, but even if Lom was to blink away from like being close to me, maybe within or maybe away from being within range of my polar vortex, I still would be able to deal a bunch of damage with Farstorm. Yeah. Oh, whoa. Look at the damage that Lom is taking from that. Jeez. 57. That's understandable. You kill Lom Lobon. That was so fast. um, it's crazy how much damage Polar Vortex deals to a monster that's immune to cold. But yeah, we have been like, these guys are no joke, and we have been dumpstering them with this character. That's just how powerful this character is. And now I have 9 runes. So the time has come for me to get out of here and go do something else. And the game gives me a gate leading out of Pandemonium, and I will take it and drop the Sword of Cerebov. 9% shatter. It's already at 100. Oh, it's not at 100% power. It's at 97. In that case, it might deal more damage than 3 dice of 70. 3 dice of 75, maybe. Um, no idea. But I think I could just like stop training that and go back to training evocations, maybe fighting, dodging, shields, so I can eventually use a tower shield maybe evocations, so I can use the crystal ball. Like it's very funny because that's like not compatible with each other. It's either shields, so I can use the tower shield, or evocations, so I can use the crystal ball. I don't know. I think the crystal ball had a chance to impress me, and it already failed it. I was using it with 13 evocations, and it failed to. Like, it was refunding my mana somewhat, but I was getting drained my intelligence every time. So I had it on for like 1 or 2 fights, and then I was like, no, this is not really something that I enjoy. So far, the only orb that I have been impressed by has been the Orb of Light, but then again, that's like better than, or that's like worse than a buckler of protection, which is what I currently have, funnily enough. But anyway, being done with Pandemonium, the next thing to do is the Abyss, which also doesn't appear there. A one-way gate to the infinite horrors of the Abyss here. Guile is alright on launcher. Is Guile the one that yeah, because we don't know. We cannot search for an Orb of Guile. Oh, there's orbs in SOT too. I guess I'll go and step on them. Orb of Guile. Okay, I guess ask and ye shall be given. Weakens the willpower of the wielder and everyone they hex on launchers. Oh, that's not the one that you meant. You were talking about the Orb of Frenzy. Um, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's an orb that exists that does that. Yeah, Mayhem. Okay, yeah, that one. Uh-huh. I have to give it a try. It's a big issue, however, because it takes up your hand slot, so you cannot quite do it. You need to not be using one of the really good launchers, like the ones that are actually the reason to go launchers. You know, Arbalest, Longbow. You can use it with a Fustivalus, but Fustivalus are kinda like not something that you should rely on finding because pretty much nothing in the game can reliably give you a Fustivalus. No part of the game will reliably give you that. And you will reliably. You're actually guaranteed to get longbows in this game because Master Archers have longbows, and Master Archers pretty much always generate in Elf 3. So if you go to Elf 3, you will find a longbow there. Even if you get super unlucky and none of the vast amounts of center warriors that spawn in the game have a longbow for you. Mm. We are going to go do Abyss, as I mentioned. Did I already? Oh yeah, I did step on the orbs. Energy, Guile, and Mayhem. Mayhem is the one that does the thing. Abyss. Okay, go into the Abyss. I think this character is not gonna have too much of an issue going into maybe Abyss 3, Abyss 4. That felt strangely unrewarding. So yeah, apparently there's no more experience in the Abyss. Did that guy have a Randart? No Randart. Okay. Altar of Lugonu. I wonder how feasible it is to play an Abyssal Knight and get the rune now. It's probably not now that the Abyss doesn't seem to be giving me experience, but I have to look into how that whole thing works, how it was implemented. Maybe maybe you can get experience from the Abyss if you're low level, but because I am experience level 27, the game is like very intentionally preventing me from just grinding up my skills and gaining more experience like that. Wretched Star. Fortunately, I was able to kill the Wretched Star with a single cast of Firestorm, and I guess it's understandable. 3 dice, oh, 8 dice of 25. That's what it is. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. It's actually crazy how much damage is 8 dice of 25 is. Also, the fact that it's 8 dice, you're very unlikely to hit one on those 8 dice 8 times in a row, you know? Like, you're very unlikely to hit one 8 times in a row. That's what I mean. Waiting for a set of downstairs. It's very nice that these monsters are so easy to kill. Oh, there they are downstairs. Also an exit, but I don't care about the exits. I care about getting the rune. I am here for my rune. 2 wretched stars. I thought that there were less wretched stars here. Regardless, I don't like too much the fact that for a moment you glimpse the secrets of this dreadful place. A flood of memories watches over you. Ah, interesting. You have gained great experience. Alright, I thought that it was limited to. It's probably only when you pick up the rune. Uh-huh, that makes sense. Okay, I like this. I like the fact that it still gives you experience when you pick up the rune, even if you're experience level 27. And then the abyss should immediately boot you out after you pick up the rune, I think. But we shall see what happens. You feel the abyssal rune guiding you out of this place. That's not a new thing or anything. It's always been more likely to generate an exit for you after picking up the abyssal rune. Well, saying always is incorrect because it hasn't always been the case, but it has been like that for several years, for many years. It's not a new thing by any means. That's what I meant. Okay. Now that I have the rune, there's no point in going even beyond my current levels. So I just killed things until the game gave me an exit. I got the exit, so here we are with rune number 10. Was that rune number 10? Yeah, it's number 10 because the rest of the tombs are the ones from Hells and the ones from Tomb, or the one from Tomb. One-way gateway to a cigarette. We are absolutely taking that. It's gonna be fun. We are the thing about all my hex ones and things. I could just drop them, um, because I have way better things to do. If I run out of mana, I'm in way more trouble than from not being able to cast any or from not. I'm in way more trouble than not being able to kill things. Because I have 0 willpower, so like the next hexer that sees me with 0 mana pretty much kills me, and of course I don't want to be in the receiving end of that. Um, mm, mm, mm. Let's just go into the cigarette. Hey, the cigarette warns you that you may not be able to exit it if you go in. That's a nice thing. I appreciate that. Okay, we got mummies on cigarette too. Fortunately, there were no royal mummies. That could have been very nasty. Do I have statue form? I do, and I can cast it, of course, but I cannot learn it. It might be a good idea for me to train spellcasting for a bit to be able to learn that. Let us go down to cigarette 3. Let's step on this just to identify it. Cigarette 4, a single Quicksilver Elemental. Oh, never mind. Yeah, Firestorm, it's ridiculous. Like, hold on. It's pretty ridiculous. Let's take a look at how many casts of Firestorm I have done in this game. Firestorm has been cast 552 times. Oh, jeez, this is disgusting. 552 casts of Firestorm. 8 dice of 25. Yeah, it's at maximum spell power. It's as powerful as it can possibly get. So yeah, I guess it's what's gonna happen if you have 73 intelligence and still 2 casts barely dealt any damage to that iron golem. So what I'm gonna do is cast I guess Polar Vortex. I wanted to cast Shatter, but I always get confused by what key that is. Regardless, Polar Vortex deals a lot of damage to the iron golem. We can just finish it off with Shatter. A port, we can learn that right now. Okay, I want to step on the crude broadaxe and also the boots of rampaging, and the broadaxe is not even that good. In fact, it is a very bad broadaxe for my character, so we shall leave it behind. We shall leave it in the floor where it belongs. Dreadlich, absolutely, utterly terrifying. 96% chance to paralyze me. Obviously, we do not want to be on that character, or we don't want to be vulnerable, or like in a position where we can ever be hexed by that. So unfortunately, Firestorm places all the fire vortices that I could ever need to prevent that from happening. As a boot and a Balrog come into view, I should probably bug report that because it shouldn't say as something. Have that be the name of a Pandemonium Lord. Yeah, what even is as a boot? It's the name of a Pandemonium Lord. In case you didn't know, it's a random Pandemonium Lord. It's not a fixed Pandemonium Lord, of course. This one is weak to fire. Well, that's all that I had to say. It does have Torment, and that makes it very dangerous, but it's weak to fire, so 2 casts of this is gonna kill it. Blood Saint. What's the worst Panlord you had to deal with recently? Define recently, because recently I haven't had any memorable Panlords, but I have had some messed up ones. Like, any Panlord that has Damnation, Torment, or a level 9 spell is a Pandemonium Lord that you should try your best not to fight. And then there's like other Pandemonium Lords that have Eldritch Tentacle, could be bad if you cannot reposition. Summon Horrible Things can also be very spammy, can make you have a very hard time killing the Pandemonium Lord. Yeah, they can get pretty nasty, but recently I don't remember having an awful fight against a Pandemonium Lord, and it better stays that way, to be completely honest. I like it that way. I think we can forget about Stone Arrow. Oh, we can definitely forget about Scorch. Like, sure, Scorch can go away. Weakness to cold? It's cold sorcery and it increases dexterity? What an insult. -5 intelligence, -9 mana. Wow. Okay, so all the things that would have been normally generated in a in this cigarette were already generated in my game, actually. Yeah, we have found crazy amounts of on randarts, crazy amounts of really good things in general. Golden Dragon and Death Drake. This is a very spicy. Oh, it's not that spicy. It's just dragons. It's just dragons. I was a bit surprised by the fact there was a golden dragon here, but oh, never mind. A golden dragon. It's not a pearl dragon. That's what I was thinking. Um, so many scrolls of enchant armor. I guess I might as well pick them up. To eventually like enchant a tower shield in case I don't get a good tower shield Randart, which might be a very real thing that happens. After all, I already went through so much of the game. I saw Holy Pan, and Holy Pan didn't give me a Randart tower shield, so who knows? I guess I could get one from a floor with angels, and angels are easy for me to deal with. There's only very select things that I am absolutely terrified by. Um, we have to be afraid of any floors that have ancient leeches or dread leeches. They are really bad. We have to be afraid of floors that place pandemonium lords because the pandemonium lords can paralyze me. They have a chance to have paralyzed, and that's also really bad. We have to be afraid of floors with mummies because they're floors with mummies, and we may have to be afraid of floors with monsters, with abundant monsters with like torment and damnation. You know how it is. Okay, probably get rid of the iron giants before they start throwing those iron golems at me. And now we shall see the power of shatter. Two shatters later, and to be fair, they did tank a lot of firestorms, but they're immune to fire. They have 300 HP. No wonder they're gonna tank a bunch of firestorms. That Firestorm is not a spell that's made for dealing with those guys. Yay, the leather armor of happy back babbling. That's so good. Let me inscribe it. Mm, it's too perfect. I have to inscribe it with my stream. It's too perfect. Oh, look at that! An angel floor, right as I was mentioning it. There's a non-zero chance of this floor having some random tower shields for me, but I wouldn't be too confident on that. Like, if I already did Holy Pan and I didn't find any, then yeah. You find Panlord and Orb of Fire 6 levels to be the most difficult. Definitely. Ooh, Dark Maul. Ooh, Randar Crystal Plate. Let's find out what it is. Oh, look at it. It's pretty good. You know, if I found that on a normal character, I would be very excited to use that. Let me take a screenshot of it and put it on the Roguelikes Discord. In case you have never been in the Roguelikes Discord, if you don't know what I'm talking about when I say Roguelikes Discord, well, the vast majority of the crawl community pretty much is in the Roguelikes Discord, in the crawl channel, and there's very large amounts of very high quality players. So if you are not in the Roguelikes Discord, you should join Roguelikes. Yeah, it's a Crystal Plate Armor Kike. Kike. Such an underwhelming name for an otherwise amazing item. Um, Pearl Scales, we don't care about those. The Dark Maul I want to carry just because it's a cool trophy. It's like look at this cool stick that I found. Let's actually inscribe it with that. I wonder if Canine is around. Canine might not be around. I don't know if Canine is in Discord. Hasn't hasn't posted many messages today, so yeah, I was gonna tell Canine, hey, I'm doing a cigarette. Do you wanna watch? Yeah, it has 52 base damage. It's like the most ridiculously powerful and damaging weapon in the game, except for the fact that it's incredibly slow too. This weapon's minimum attack delay 1.6 is reached at skill level 28. Um, And it's only 1.6 because it cannot go beyond that because you literally cannot train to 28. Um, the only way for this to be useful is for you to be a worshipper of Okawaru. And then you can use Okawaru Finesse while having 27 skill in maces and flails to swing this relatively fast, like beyond 1.0 delay at the very least, and then it's good. And I would even go as far as to say that if you can achieve those conditions, it's really good. But unfortunately, well, we cannot worship a god. Apparently, someone already had a successful run with Dark Maul, but it's not something that I have ever used successfully. Manifold, yeah, you can do it with Manifold, but the thing with Manifold is that there's way better things that you can do with Manifold than swing it with Dark Maul. The best thing that you can do is full power Stormform Manifold. It's so much better because it's way faster. It's like 3 times faster, and I'm pretty sure that it deals more damage. And it also applies electrocution brand sometimes. What did you miss in sense of stream yesterday? A lot, actually. I did the entirety of SOT. At the very start of the stream, things got very complicated because I did SOT 1, and then I went down into SOT 2, and in the stairs, right after going downstairs, I got shafted to SOT 4 into a nasty fight, and then I realized that the Hat of the Burst Spirit drains my mana because it has Guardian Spirit. I hadn't even thought of that, and it didn't really come into play yesterday, but I realized today. And I had to use 2 Scrolls of Blinking to survive that fight, and then I did the entirety of SOT, and then I did the entirety of Pandemonium, and then I got the Abyssal Rune, and now we're doing a Ziggurat. So you have indeed missed a fair amount of things in these 2 hours that I have been streaming. But hello, and thank you for stopping by. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. If you have like an interest in finding out how to survive sketchy situations at that point in the game, you might be interested in checking out that part of the stream. Regardless, this is very likely. It's almost guaranteed to go into to go into YouTube. Yeah. Okay, no hexes, and if there's no hexes, there's no danger. Oh, the Sphinx has a hex. Yeah, 89% chance to destroy me with a hex. Um, okay, 3 Firestorms later, everything is dead, and that's the way that it should be. So yeah, ever since I put on the Robo Folly, I don't think I've been in a situation that's been dangerous. But let's be completely fair here. I have 100% power on my Polar Vortex. That will make you, or like not Polar Vortex in my Firestorm, because Firestorm has been what I have been using. In fact, I very specifically said that I was not gonna use the Robo Folly until I had Firestorm castable, and well, here it is, and here they are. Finally, we got some mummies. Let's see if I don't die too poorly. No torments, at least from. Oh, there it is. That's more like it. Yeah. In case you were wondering why this character is so afraid of mummy levels, it's because of things like these. Retaliatory damage is definitely awful, and so that can definitely be a huge threat for you when you're killing that many things at the same time. Um, so yeah, Torment is fun. And there it is, more retaliatory damage because Firestorm can hit things outside my line of sight. It has a much easier time hitting things outside of your line of sight if you go Behemoth. Because Behemoth allows you to hit things outside of your line of sight with Firestorm, even if you don't get like high power Firestorm. Like, well, I say high power, but I have 100% power Firestorm, and it's still not doing it in the larger area of effect every time. So I don't know how that works. Where does the retaliatory damage come from? Mummies do that. Not the weaker mummies, only the good ones. Like I guess these Guardian mummies have that. It will inflict a necromantic curse on its foe when destroyed, and then we have the more dangerous ones, like this mummy priest. It will inflict a necromantic curse on its foe when destroyed. I think the royal mummies. Sorry, I think the royal mummies, which are the highest tier of mummy that can generate normally, say a line of text that says it will inflict a powerful necromantic curse upon being destroyed. I think that's I think they say that, but I'm not too sure. It might not be the case. We'll find out if this level has a real mummy for me. But it's only Cigarette 12, and the level is relatively small, so wouldn't be surprised if we were almost done with all these mummies. Yep. I have not taken any damage from anything in this level other than the mummy retaliatory curses. So yeah, that just goes to show how scary it can be. Look at my maximum HP. With all that experience that we gained, I'm still at 237 HP because of the curses. Oh, that's a beast weapon. I'm not gonna use that, obviously, but that's a win condition. Like you find that on any character that wants to use that, and you are gonna win the game. As long as you don't make terrible mistakes, and I think that you have to make a lot of terrible mistakes to for that to be bad. Oh, Disperse, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that so much. I like that alert a lot. It's long, but it's not that intrusive. I like that alert so much. Yeah. Thank you so much for the raid. I saw that you were playing NetHack. What character were you playing again? Also, how has your progress on NetHack been going? Um, yeah, it's been a while since I've checked out your progress on NetHack. Okay, that's dangerous. Just ascended an archaeologist. Yeah, oh, yes, I saw that you were playing an archaeologist. Yeah. Congratulations on that, Disperse. How many backgrounds in NetHack do you have left? Um, well, I guess in NetHack the backgrounds are more um, like roles because they lock you into a certain path. Unlike in Crawl, ascended every role. That was your initial goal, so you're done. Hey, congratulations on that. Um, do you have any plans on doing something else when it comes to NetHack? When I was playing NetHack, I wanted to win every role, lawful, neutral, and chaotic. And I gave up. Well, I didn't give up. I got like sick of NetHack partway through the chaotic part of that. I had already done it with lawful and neutral. Let me tell you that chaotic is easily the weakest of all the alignments in NetHack. Um, in case you were thinking about doing that yourself, maybe Orb of Destruction will be effective. Oh, it's immune to fire. I can kill it with Firestorm because Firestorm, like once you get to this level of magic, a portion of its damage bypasses fire resistance. It's that powerful. I can theoretically kill everything in the game with Firestorm, but in practice, I'm much more likely to run out of mana trying to kill things that, like Cerebov, who is immune to fire and has 650 HP alongside very good armor class. Even with Brilliance, which I have, I am very unlikely to be able to kill Cerebov with that. But for something like this that doesn't have that much HP, I can kill it with Firestorm. Yeah, it's slightly wounded. It's gonna take me like 6 or 7 casts, but we can definitely do it. If it doesn't kill me first, of course, because um, it does have Polar Vortex or Glaciate. Sorry, it has Glaciate. This used to be a player spell. This was the spell before Absolute Zero, and Absolute Zero was the spell before Polar Vortex. So I find it pretty funny how the top tier spell for Ice Magic has like changed so much throughout the years. Sounds like some. Um, if you are new here, if you came from Disperse Raid, first of all, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And then after that, I am Nine Settler. I stream Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup 5 days a week, pretty much. It's an infinitely replayable game. It's actually infinitely replayable. I've been playing for 11 years, and I'm not tired of it. It's really good. It always offers a challenge. It always offers you something new and cool to play. Um, or to try, and it's also very constantly updated with new versions releasing pretty much every 6 months, so it always stays fresh and interesting. And here we are doing a Ziggurat with a character that's incredibly overpowered. Like, I actually have streamer loot with this character. You wouldn't believe the ridiculous things that we have found with this character. By the way, talking about ridiculous things, that's a bit of an upgrade. A Helmet of Intelligence. It's not like I need it, but now I have 100% power on Shatter. Yeah, 100% power on level 9 spells is not something that happens in a normal playthrough. Like, it's actually very difficult to achieve 100% power on a level 9 spell. The stars need to align. Also, normally characters don't have 76 intelligence, but this one does. That is very sad. Like, you wish you could play as troll characters like a Killer Clown or a Cursto. It would be funny. For a brief period of time, there was a Jester background for like a day on April's Fools 9 years ago or something like that. There was a Jester background, and you started as a worshipper of Nemelex with some wrath for the entirety of the playthrough. And you started with pies that you could throw, but they didn't really deal that much damage, or they were not as amazing as the pies that the Killer Clowns throw. So yeah, we're gonna read Enchant Armor on this Helmet of Intelligence. We're also gonna read it on the Buckler because why not? I have so many scrolls of Enchant Armor that then why not like just fully enchant the Buckler? Okay. Manual Staves. I guess I'll pick it up. Sure. That's actually something that might come useful. I can tap now. It's just that it's a terrible idea for me to tap because it leaves me vulnerable to any monster that can hex me. Yeah. So if you're just joining the stream, I am using an item that makes me into an incredibly powerful spellcaster. It halves the mana cost of all my spells, and it also increases the power of my spells, but it also makes my willpower 0. Like, it sets it to 0, so any monster that can hex me will hex me. I have seen monsters that have a 96% chance to hex me with 0 willpower. You've never seen the Jester? Yeah, it's like a relic of ancient times, the Jester. It would be very funny to play one. I asked last year if they were making a comeback, and it doesn't seem to be the case. But yeah, that would be a very nice thing to experience in modern crawl. But anyway, this character is so powerful. It's actually so powerful. You have no idea. We got a Jenna floor. And for a Jenna floor, we are going to use Refrigeration. Yeah, I know. I have a Polar Vortex, but I'm going to use Refrigeration. These guys are not really taking that much damage from from Refrigeration. They're probably... Well, they are resistant to cold, I know. Polar Vortex does kill everything, however. That spell is so good. Such a powerful spell. We got Mummy Form. I could get Mummy Form. Mummy Form might be useful. Interesting. I mean, at this point, I am doing a Ziggurat, so it's not like I am constrained by experience costs, right? Regardless, I think I'm gonna start training fighting again. Maybe Stapes to 12, so I can actually swing my elemental staff as a decent weapon. Dodging and shields as well. I have 0 armor because, well, my armor is not very good. Whoa, what's up with that set of ice scales? It's plus 13. That's another item that's like a streamer loot. Let's take another screenshot of that. You could say, oh, you're doing a Ziggurat. Of course, you're gonna find crazy things. It's cheating. But no, like, I had a character where I did like 12 Ziggurats or so. No, I think it was more like 11 Ziggurats, maybe 10 Ziggurats. And I didn't find items as good as this character has found. I can tell you for sure. I never found an item that gave me 9 intelligence. on that character, I remember because I was a spellcaster, so I obviously wanted rings that gave me good amounts of intelligence. And I was like, okay, the moment that I find a ring that gives me 7 intelligence or more, I'll pick it up and use it. But it never happened, and I did 11 cigarettes and the entirety of the game, of course, except for Tomb. Did I do Tomb with that character? I actually have no idea if I did Tomb. Um, Anyway, obviously those ice scales are not useful to my character. I am wearing what's potentially the best possible thing that I could be wearing. The Robo Folly halving the mana cost of my Polar Vortex is just on another league. Sure. I hate that it always prompts me if I wanna get rid of the monsters or that of my allies that don't do anything, the Polar Vortex or the Fire Vortices. Okay, Polar Vortex. You're just walking casually in the eye of a tornado. A frosty tornado deals ridiculous amounts of damage, for sure, killing a bunch of orcs that don't really do a lot at this point in the game. Oh, 9 intelligence. I don't think I want that because I lose the resistance to corrosion and 9 mana. Yeah, I think I like the 9 mana more than more intelligence. I am already at 100% power. Intelligence doesn't really hold that or have that much value anymore. Yeah, it's a pretty good ring nonetheless, but yeah, it came too late into the game for me to want to be excited about it. Oh, okay, this is a spider floor, or not a spider floor, sorry, a snake floor. So we can just like cast a single cast of Polar Vortex and then just walk forward and kill everything like that. Oh, I guess not a single one. We can also use Barstorm. You recently got a +4 animal skin that did passive flow debuffs. It was called the Skin of Sor. It gave 8 intelligence. The Skin of Sor doesn't give 8 intelligence, does it? Well, even if it does, it doesn't seem so fantastic. No, it might be fantastic because not a lot of melee characters will be interested in using the Skin of Sor. After all, melee characters kinda do value their armor class. Oh, the Amulet of Vitality. I kind of want to have that. It's a beast amulet. The Amulet of the Jinn, I like to call it. The boots that I have are probably better than the ones that I am wearing right now. I lose 2 armor class, but I gain the 3rd pip of cold resistance. I lose a pip of fire resistance. Nah, they're not good. I'll drop them. They're really good. They're incredible, I have to say, but my character has better things. It's crazy. I have just been finding incredible, ridiculous items left and right. Like the kind of item that if you find one, it just like has the potential to carry you through the entirety of the game. This character is like fully geared out in items like that. Except for the buckler and except for the helmet, the rest of the items that I have are in that tier. Well, I guess except as well for the Amulet of Mana Regen, and maybe the Cloak of the Thief could also be upgraded. But the rest of the things are insane. Insane. It was good for casting. Yeah, it was good for casting. The Skin of Sor. Pretty nice item. It's just that it's unfortunately like the same armor class as a robe, so not a lot of characters can make use of the Skin of Sor. You want to play Gozak since it would be even crazier on such a run, but also you don't really need Gozak on this run. Yeah, normally Gozak would be like you use it for the wizardry or for the brilliance, right? So you don't run out of mana. But this character is not running out of mana. This character is absolutely not gonna run out of mana. I need to be wary of the 92% chance to get mass confused by that. And there it is. Hopefully it won't happen again next turn. It didn't. That's nice. Swamp Floor with Golden Dragons. This thing paralyzes. Be wary of the paralysis from the Fence Rider Witch. Yeah, it's very funny, but I think Ignition is just a better spell for clearing cigarettes than Firestorm is. Because Ignition hits the entirety of the screen and Firestorm doesn't really hit the entirety of the screen. It hits the majority of the screen, and if you get lucky, it can even hit things that are outside of the screen. Um, but Ignition hits everything. Okay, is there anything else that I want to pick up here? Probably not. Let's just go down. Okay, could be. It is. I was thinking this floor, Iron City of this floor, and unfortunately it is Iron City of this floor. I was hoping for bolts. It was not bolts. Those Iron Giants and Caustic Strikes, and of course Hell Sentinels. Oh, look at that! The Cloak of the Thief doing some work here, providing me with fog to go behind and then cast Shatter. Oh, I cast Polar Vortex by accident. I wanted to cast Shatter here. Definitely Shatter. I think it might not be a terrible idea to haste, because this is a dangerous level. Dreadlich. This one can paralyze me. If it paralyzes me, I literally die. So I better make it so that I cannot be paralyzed. Ooh, it still has line of fire at me. That's so scary, dude. Fortunately, it didn't paralyze me. It had 2 turns to paralyze me, and it didn't do it. That would have been a very sad end to an otherwise incredibly powerful run. After all, I did Pandemonium in 2 hours. Well, I did Sod, Pandemonium, and the Abyss in 2 hours, to be more precise. Shatter. Shatter. How much damage did I deal to that Iron Golem? It was at full HP, and then it was almost dead. That thing has 300 HP. That's like not normal. Things with 300 HP don't normally have that happen to them. Surprised you haven't. I haven't drank. Oh, I have 3 potions of experience. I could do that. Doesn't really do a lot, but I definitely can do that. Let me drink Ambrosia, because I am low on mana, also low on HP. Okay, as long as we don't see anything that can attack me from afar, I'm not afraid. Look at how much mana I ended up gaining from that Ambrosia. It was so much. Okay, let's drink these. Thank you for letting me know that I have them. I hadn't even noticed. But yeah, as you can see, like, they're not doing a lot. The more in the game that you progress, the less impact potions of experience have. In the early game, it's incredible because they give you ridiculous amounts of experience. But at this point in the game, they no longer really do that. They instead just give you very low amounts of skill, and it's kind of compensated for like the fact that they become weaker in the skills department as the game progresses, because they give you more experience to gain a level. And gaining a level, like, as the game progresses, gaining a level becomes harder. But we are at 27. There's no more level to be gained here, so all that's left is just like the teeny tiny amount of experience that they provide towards my skills. Let's just get the gold. I mean, the gold doesn't really do anything. But nothing that's being offered to me by this acquirement does anything anyway. Another experience. We can drink it. I finally found Ensorcered Hibernation. Not that it matters too much, to be completely fair. Yeah, you figured they would be less effective in the end game. Yep. They're good for a demigod, but the thing is that I'm already level 27. When I got into Pandemonium, I was 26. I was not 27. I think I did the entirety of Sod. Like, I have done Bolt 5, I did Slime, I did Crypt even, and I was not 27 by the end of a normal game. The end of a normal game being the entering Pandemonium. So, oh, another this floor? That's crazy. Yeah, these are bad because all of these monsters are like immune to everything. Yeah, take a look at that guy. 80 HP. And normally it's not an issue if it's only one monster that's immune to everything. I can just like spam Firestorm, as I have been doing. But if it's this large amount of them, then it can get pretty complicated. But as long as I put a very thick barrier of fire vortices between me and the monsters, we should be fine. Shatter. That kills a bunch of things. Shatter again. It's a very nice thing that I got Shatter. Shatter is another level 9 spell, just like Firestorm and Polar Vortex. And those three are my level 9 spells of choice when doing this part of the game that I very frequently try to abstain from doing, of course, because you cannot do this with every character, I think. You need to build your character in a way that allows you to do these plays. Well, not necessarily this plays, but like extended as a whole. Otherwise, you run into issues. Okay, if I had LRD would be good for this Iron Golem that is almost dead. I guess I can do Orb of Destruction. Yeah, Orb of Destruction definitely does the job. Oh, hold on, I want that Potion of Mutation. What I wanted to drop was the Ring of Evasion. Let me turn off the auto pickup for a couple of these things. Goodbye Ring of Evasion, goodbye Ring of Mana, goodbye goodbye. I guess I can drop Brilliance and never pick it up again. Brilliance is really good, but I have it infinitely from the Robe of Folly, and I won't take off the robe. Like if I die because I got hexed, it's just what it is. But I will not take it off for the remainder of the playthrough, so I can definitely drop those and never pick them up again. And the same goes for this Ring of Poison Resistance. Yeah, I want to wear the Amulet of Vitality. I think it's an incredibly good item, but I need the mana regen. I really do need the mana regen, especially without a goth that provides me mana. Okay, this is an Abyss level. Better be wary of liches and similar monsters that can hex me, but apart from those, I can just run around and maybe Polar Vortex. Polar Vortex seems good here. If you quaff Brilliance while wearing the Robe of Folly, will the spells be cut to 1/4? No, they don't. It doesn't stack. That's why they're what are. That's why Potions of Brilliance are marked as useless. Mana regen is very valuable. Very good. It's really impactful to have good mana regen on a character like this one. Another good crystal plate. Interesting. Let me drop that. Let me drink that. Let me drink that again. Let's see what we got here. I see an orb. We can check that. Orb of Guile. It's not very good. Glowing Helmet of Intelligence. I have a better one already. So we shall continue. 20, floor 20. And the only floor that has been dangerous has been the floor with what is it called? The floor with mummies. Yeah, that's the only floor that has been truly dangerous. And even then, it wasn't that dangerous, but that was because it was not really a high level floor. Like if I got mummies in the next floor, it would be really bad because I don't have mummy form. Maybe you'll find a nice artifact amulet with mana regen. Yeah, what I want is an amulet of mana regen that also gives me normal regen. They can generate as random artifacts. It's just not something that happens very frequently, but I am doing a cigarette after all. If there's a place where that kind of item could generate, it's here. So fingers crossed. Rendered fire scales. Let's check them out. Whoa, okay. So apart from the Slay -3, these would be very good to wear on some characters. Not on all characters, but not on this character, but those are pretty decent nonetheless. Arcana Loth. Arcanoloth. I have no idea how you're supposed to pronounce that. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. And I clicked something that I didn't have to click there. I wanted to click the thing that makes me interact with the thing to remove the message. It was like the bot letting me know that I created a dump. So I didn't need to see that message. But yeah, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Let's continue. Let's continue with the cigarette. This is a ranger level. These are not very common. But yeah, every monster in this floor is a ranger. They have a lot of ranged weaponry and attacks that they can do, and they're very nasty. But they don't really hold much of a candle against my spell casting, as you can see here. The Horned King, also thank you for following. I appreciate it. Oh wow, and the Prime as well. I appreciate that even more. Yeah, thank you so much for the Prime. It is well appreciated. I hope that you have been enjoying the stream so far. I hope that you enjoy Crawl as a whole, because I play a lot of Crawl. So if you enjoy Crawl, you are gonna be very pleased to be here. When you get the time and you go over your skills. Oh, when you get the time, can you go over your skills? Sure. In fact, the better way for you to know about that, to learn about that, is for you to watch like the start of this character. This character started Monday. I think it was a character that started on Monday. So yeah, I go through all of that on the start of every one of my characters. It's kind of difficult for me to do it retroactively, but I do it on the fly on every one of my characters. Like I go through my decisions and my skilling and my thought process and the loot that I'm using, resistances, in the early game. If you ask me to do it right now, it would be very difficult. Loving it. You just died in Lurth with a Nogger Ice Elementalist. That's a pretty good character. Did I suggest that to you? Because that's like my go-to character to recommend to people. Like I'm always like, you should play a Nogger Ice Elementalist. So maybe I let you know one way or another. But regardless, thank you for stopping by, and of course, thank you so much for the support like that. I appreciate it a lot. And so we're gonna continue with this cigarette. I'm not leaving anything behind, anything that I would like to have. Those rings are decent, but decent doesn't cut it anymore. I need incredible because I already have incredible gear. So only incredible gear can replace incredible gear. Ooh. Ooh, this is a beast floor. This is probably a shapeshifter. This is a Sphinx. It can paralyze me 89%. The Panlords, that one doesn't have any spells. This one has a slow and glaciate. Jeez. Are you weak to anything? Resistant to electricity, poison, fire, and cold. Ignition to get rid of the Hexer. Should get rid of the Sphinx. Doesn't quite get rid of the. Oh, it does. It does. It was a shapeshifter, as I mentioned. Those monsters that didn't look like they fit were shapeshifters. Metal splinters. No spells. Yep. Okay. Okay. This is gonna be sketchy because the moment I lower my guard, I am going to get hit by paralysis by one of these panlords. And I have 4 on the screen. There's gonna be way more than 4 after a certain point. Or maybe not if I just like kill them fast enough. Bolt of Cold, Metal Splinters. I had already seen that guy. No spells. And this is new. Summon Dragon. Okay. They're not really that dangerous, at least these ones. Sometimes you get Panlords with Silence, level 9 spells, Damnation, Torment. They are the dangerous ones. Unfortunately, I have to check them every time that new Panlords enter the screen because of the possibility of them having those things that literally kill me if I don't play around them. Harpoon Shot, that one has Harpoon Shot. That could be a nasty because harpoon shot makes me see many things at the same time. Like it reveals a bunch of tiles, and so has a very good chance of revealing a bunch of monsters. And if that happens, I run into a very reasonable chance of revealing a monster that can paralyze me, and then I die. And we don't want to die, so I have to be somewhat wary of the guys with harpoon shot as well, but less so because I have a million fire vortices that are kind of like working as mid shields for me. Polar vortex here. Walk forward. Do any of you have anything nasty? Doesn't seem to be the case. Dispel Undeath would be dangerous if I was in mummy form. Fortunately, I am not, but I would like to have the ability to go into mummy form. Nothing. Another Panlord with Dispel Undeath. Let's see what we got here. Nothing. Okay. Didn't hit the shapeshifter, the shiny guy shapeshifter. Would you really want to hit those because getting hit by a bad mutation is really uncomfortable and unnecessary. Do you think the high stats of the demigod make up for the lack of a god? Absolutely. Yes, I would say that demigod is not really a challenging species because the stats make it like really good. It's like going Chebriados without the downside of going Chebriados. That's how I describe demigod. Yeah, if you have not played demigod in a while, demigods um, have the ability to get four of any stat that you decide to level up on every time that you get to level up a stat, which is once every 3 levels. So that's really, really powerful. As you can see, I have 76 intelligence. Now, to be completely fair, I also have so much intelligence from gear. The Robe of Folly gives me 8 intelligence. My rings give me 16 intelligence between the two of them, so that's 24 intelligence that comes from my gear. The rest of my gear, or the rest of my intelligence comes from, like, my base attribute for intelligence is 49. It really is like going Chebriados, but like one, not having the downside of being giga slow and not being able to run away from anything for the entirety of the game, and two, being able to put all those stats towards a single one. So you don't become like a god hybrid unless you want to. You can become an even godlier, like a specialist. You could just go strength on everything and one shot things with your melee pretty much. Do they make better casters or fighters? I would recommend you to build them as spellcasters because intelligence has more of an impact. Ooh, that guy can paralyze me. I'm glad that it didn't. I gave it a turn and it didn't paralyze me. I got lucky. Mm, yeah, if I had been paralyzed there, it was game over. This is a bolts level. This one is not so dangerous. Still dangerous because it places leeches and sphinxes, and those can kill me, but not as dangerous as Pandemonium Lords or Mummies. Mummies are definitely the worst. Um, no, Tartarus is the worst. Tartarus is absolutely the worst because it places silent specters that can silence me, and then I cannot function as a crawl character until I become unsilenced, and I don't really have a good way to become unsilenced unless that my Tino Tremor Stones or my Wand of Acid get lucky and kill the things that are silencing me. And for that reason, also Pandemonium Lords can be very dangerous because they can also have silence and they can make me be in that exact situation, but being significantly harder to kill than a Silent Spectre. So yeah, I recommend you to start a demigod as a spellcaster because spellcasters have an easier time going through the early game. This character had a very easy time going through the early game actually. You can go and watch the start of that game, and you will see like this character became very likely to win the game the moment that I found my Farbook. And I found the Farbook so early into the game. And it could have gone even better because I had access to Toxic Radiance and Ignite Poison, and I just didn't notice until super late into the game. But fortunately, it was not necessary for me to go for that. Um, so that was pretty good. Now, I wonder if I should be training anything else. Probably not. Let's just continue. Mm, okay, that's a spider. I can see invisible. Is it spider? It's a spider. It's absolutely spider. It's just I was a bit surprised by the guardian serpent because guardian serpents are not a spider monster. I'm gonna drink invisibility and I'm gonna brave on forward. I drank invisibility. Oh wait, it's not spider. It's lure branches. I see a bunch of monsters. Like, this is a spider monster. This is a swamp monster. This is a snake monster, and this is a shoals monster. So this is a pandemonium level that I have never seen. It's just like lure branches. Very cool. I drank invisibility anticipating ghost mods that can drain my mana and therefore are extremely dangerous to my character, but there were none, and because there were none, this level was also not very difficult. Um, okay, two scrolls of blinking, I see. Very nice. Yep, cigarette 25, and we still haven't found many mummies. Remember, the level that I am most afraid of is mummies. Easily the mummy floor can just like murder me. Um, I do have potions of three, and potions of three make me immune to many of the downsides of a mummy floor. So, oh, we got jellies. Jellies are fine, apart from the fact that these guys have an 85% chance to hex me. I got malmutated. I no, I didn't get malmutated. I got hexed by a great orb of ice. It has mind burst, so that's fine. As long as there's no malmutators, we have not much to fear in this level. I guess Great Orbs of Ice can paralyze me, so that's definitely a dangerous thing. How many levels of Ziggurat? It's 27. 27 levels of Ziggurat, so it's only this one and the next one, and we're done. And we are good until we find mummies. Mummies are where this stops being fun and it starts being very scary. uh-huh. But unless we got mummies, we are fine. Or any of the others that I have already mentioned, like Tartarus, Pandemonium Lords. Player Ghosts is super bad, but Player Ghost is also extremely rare. It's not something that happens very frequently. Gonna get the money because the rest of those things don't matter. I don't care about that. And one more level to go. Okay, let us get out of here into the final level. Amnesia, hold on, I want to amnesia some things, like Stone Arrow and Fireball, freeing up a bunch of spell slots um, so I can get any more spells. As I have mentioned, I am interested in getting mummy form, maybe. If I get mummy form, I would also be going for Death's Door because it's not really that much of a stretch to get Death's Door after you get mummy form. I am interested maybe in getting Chain Lightning. As you can see there, it's at 32%. I wonder how powerful it is actually. 92%. 3 dice of 123. Well, I don't think it caps out at 3 dice of 150 from that. But it's probably 130 or something maximum power. Still very crazy damage on that thing. Kind of shaky, unfortunately, because it's only 3 dice. Um, but still, like 123. I have used it. I used it in one of my previous characters. I think the character that I won before this one. I won a Jin recently. That character had Chain Lightning, and I went for a relatively extended game. I didn't do the entirety of extended, but I did do the entirety of Pandemonium and also the Abyss Rune and also a Ziggurat, but I didn't do Hot Hells and I didn't do Tomb with that character. So pretty much the same as this character. Probably shouldn't have done that. Let's just do refrigeration and refrigeration again. Just to get rid of those guys. Oh, it's orcs? Okay, that's a freebie. Orcs are not really dangerous. The only way for an orc level to be dangerous is for a Juggernaut to get berserked by a ghost or by a Moth of Wrath, which can happen. This level places Juggernauts and places Moths of Wrath, but even that is not that much of an issue. The Juggernauts might be marked as extremely dangerous, and they kind of are. They hit really hard and they move really fast, so they can easily catch up to you and hit you, and they then can keep doing that every couple of turns. But as long as you can kill them fast enough, we should be, or you should be fine. I am completely fine. Like this level really is about as easy as it can get for a level 27 of a cigarette. This could have been mummies, and mummies is like you're gonna die. It's just how it is. Yeah, you arrive not in time to see me do the entirety of this cigarette. We're in level 27 after all. Hold on, let me hit that with Firestorm. Goodbye. And that's it for the cigarettes. Oh, 7 leak boots. I'm gonna carry them. I never get them. I also don't think of them as being that fantastic. But that might be just me. But I'm gonna carry them because it's an on-rand art and I never get it. Hey, mana regen, but better. So let's finally drop my amulet of mana regen, which I had since very early in the game. You found it on level 3 of the dungeon. I was using it since then pretty much, but it finally got replaced by a better thing. Um, mhm. Screw this ghost moth in particular. Yeah, pretty much. I could have just walked out of here and not deal with the ghost moth, but no, it has to die. Oh, figurine of a cigarette. So in case you don't know, you can do infinite cigarettes. In order to do infinite cigarettes, you have to complete the previous cigarette, however, so it is easier said than done. Not something that I do very frequently. Let me drink these potions of experience, actually. No, wait. Okay, we're done with those potions of experience. Pick up the figurine of a cigarette. It's a nice trophy to have to win the game. And I could win the game now, but I could also just like continue doing extended. After all, 76 intelligence, 100% spell power on Shatter, Ignition, and Polar Vortex. It's ridiculous. Yeah, like I have not that good of a chance to succeed at Shatter. Like I have a 4% chance to fail it, and it's still at 100% power. That kind of thing is super rare. It really doesn't happen. Mm. Okay, so we get out of there. You have passed through the cigarette. Sod will haunt you nevermore. Yeah, I forgot because if you do a cigarette, the Sod clock is disabled, and if you're here from Disperse's stream, if you were watching NetHack, this game doesn't have a food clock; it has a Sod clock. And the Sod clock will try to kill you if you remain too long in a single place. Is that gear named after Death Store? Gear? Is that gear? I have no idea what you mean. Is that gear? Oh, that gear. That equipment. Oh, no idea. No idea. Mm. So yeah, anyway, Sod Clock. The Sod Clock is Kroll's response to food. Yeah, eventually food was removed from Kroll, and instead of food, another kind of clock was added to the game to prevent people from doing trivially optimal things such as shouting 10 times and then moving forward once and then shouting 10 times again. How does the Sod Clock kill you? Well, you have a timer. The timer is not really visible unless you press this key, where it says you're forever immune to Sod's power. Instead of that, you have the timer. Um, and and when the timer goes to 0, you die. You literally die. But the game does warn you, hey, you're kind of taking too long. You should go into the next level. Every time that you go into a level, you gain 6,000 turns of Salt Clock, pretty much. It's not quite 6,000, but it is very close to 6,000. Or I think it is actually 6,000, and every time you you take a step, you have a chance to lose one thought clock. It's like really rare why it's made like that, but it is made like that. What's my favorite type of melee weapon in the game? Maybe pole arms. I like the fact that they can hit a tile away. Um, Axes are okay. I'm not so much of a fan of axes. Axes are good for speed running, where you don't particularly care about your placement that much. But I feel like axes want you to be surrounded, so you can actually take advantage of them. And you kind of don't want to be surrounded. Yeah, you kind of want to be fighting in a corridor. Um, Anyway, let's go to Hells, I guess. I did the bestie build of Hell, and I got Murray. I finally killed Murray. You remember the Mommy didn't have hunger. Do they have more Sod Clock? They don't. Mommy not having hunger and players being able to do like that kind of scummy thing was seen as an issue by the development team. So now with the Sod Clock thing, mommies don't have like any special considerations. Um, you assume a Sod Clock is just a boring sap kind of death. Yeah, it's like Sod reaches you, you die. Literally, that's the message that you get. It's like starving, but it's not starving because food no longer exists in the game. You like the regular spears can get down to 0.5 attack delay. Yeah, Wormbane can also do that. In fact, I think this character might be interested in using Wormbane if I was to get it. Mm. Oh, by the way, Star Polemic, you were not here when I found this. Look at this leather armor of happy babbling. I feel like it's the perfect item for me to put my stream on it. Rip mommies. Mommies are not good. I'm not gonna tell you that mommies are good. I cannot lie to you like that. But there's worse things than mommies in this game. Easily worse things than mommies. Um, yeah, if you look at mommies and look at their aptitudes and think, oh, that's awful, no, don't do that. Mommies are bad, but they're not that bad. I would say that Spriggans are way worse to play, like they're way less fun and way more painful to play. And also cats are way worse and way less fun to play. Hell, I would maybe even say that Deep Dwarf and Naga could be way worse and way less fun to play because of their because of the gameplay that they like force you to embrace. Mommy doesn't really force you to embrace any kind of gameplay. You just have like very significant downsides from the aptitudes, and you cannot drink potions, you cannot cast transmutations. Worst species, easily cat. Easy. It's like easy. Easy worst species in the game. Anyway, hell, let's go. Ashen Valley Agena. Let's go in here. So for this place, we're not really gonna be able to firestorm everything because everything is um, highly resistant to fire. But we have Polar Vortex and we have other nice things that we can do for the monsters that really deserve to like get a nice expenditure of mana, such as like this large agglomeration of monsters. We can refrigeration. It might be a good idea for me to quiver refrigeration actually. Refrigeration. Let's go. Yep. This guy is resistant to cold. Important to keep in mind. What do you think the best caster species is? Ogre. Yeah, easily ogre. I'm not exaggerating or anything, or I'm not like trying to troll you or meme on you. It's ogre. Ogres have a massive upside in the form of their incredible HP. It's literally the most HP in the game. Literally the most HP in the game. Doesn't get any higher than ogre HP without doing weird things with mutations, and that's incredibly impactful early in the game. In addition to that, Ogre also gets decent aptitudes for spellcasting. They're not deep elf aptitudes for spellcasting, but aptitudes only matter if they're really bad or if you have a bunch of really bad aptitudes. And Ogre doesn't have that. Like, sure, they're not incredible, but they're also not terrible. And aptitudes don't really matter as much as HP does. You could start a Deep Elf and an Ogre, and you would probably find yourself enjoying the Ogre a bit more until a certain point in the game. Because Deep Elf does get pretty powerful, but it doesn't happen on turn one. An Ogre is better spellcasting than Deep Elf on turn one. It might not be directly better at casting the spells, but it will be better at surviving from turn one. And so you get to the point where you can cast the funny spells. That's why I say that Ogre is the best spellcaster species in the game, and that's also why I recommend everyone to play an Ogre Ice Elementalist. Okay, so Teleport Trap decided to step on it because the point of Hells, if you have never done Hells, is to dive them. You don't clear them. The levels are small in 0.28 Hells, and they have very nasty monsters. In fact, a fair amount of the monsters that you're seeing here are new. The Stalkers, the Seeing Wretches, they are new monsters, and they are very dangerous monsters. So you're very incentivized not to do the entirety of the level. You're incentivized to do as little of the level as you can in order to do the next level and rinse and repeat. That is, of course, until the final one, because the final one does have a full normal size. Evening Star, Demon Whip as best mace. It depends. I think a character, if you have access to the two of them, use the two of them. Train for the Evening Star and use the Evening Star against things that have high armor class, otherwise use the Demon Whip. Also, it's complicated. It really depends on your character. You cannot just say, oh, this is the best thing in the game. A character with no slaying will probably like the Evening Star a bit more because the Evening Star has more base damage. But then if you have any amount of slaying, the Demon Whip is probably going to be better. But you're also going to notice that the Demon Whip is not really doing that much damage against monsters with high armor class, and then the Evening Star will be good for those monsters. So yeah, it's just like going in circles pretty much. It really depends on the situation of your character. And a big strength of a crawl player, like a big strength of good crawl players, of very experienced crawl players, is being able to identify what's good and what's bad for your character and the situation that your character is in. And how to like skill and build your character in order to win the game. That's also important. I might want to get Dispel on Death. The Dispel on Death package is gonna be good for Seeing Wretches, and it also might be good for Tartarus, but I'm probably not gonna get there in time. Regardless, I think that I should indeed go for Mummy form. Yeah, sure. We can turn those things off, turn on Necromancy and Transmutations. Focus on Necromancy because there's some spells in Necromancy, only Necromancy, that I want to cast. I feel like this character would be very funny as a Manifold Assault character because I obviously will have 100% spell power on Stormform if I have it on level 9 spells. So yeah. But unfortunately, I am going the path of the level 9 spell, and I've been having fun with it. It's definitely powerful. I mean, I'm killing things so fast. Okay. If you have never been in Hells, before 0.28, Hells used to be way easier and way more boring. In 0.28, Hells are significantly more difficult. As you can see, I've been getting drained like crazy from Hells. Both my stats and my HP have been drained. I also have permanent minus a scroll in Jaina. While I am inside Jaina, I cannot read scrolls. If I press this button, which would be the button that will allow me to read a scroll, I get that message. You cannot see clearly. The smoke and ash is too thick, which is very cool. So you cannot read the scroll. It used to be that it gave you a message that said something different. It said you can't see far enough to read the scroll, but then that was a pretty silly thing for the game to show you because you're clearly seeing monsters that are all the way over there, so that doesn't really make any sense. And so it says the message, or so we got the message that we got now. Okay, you have an Orc Fighter of Beog who has both a max electrical Demon Whip and Holy Evening Star. The Demon Whip of Electrocution is going to be better without rebranding. Obviously, the Evening Star will be more powerful for the things that it affects. But then again, you're also not going to see a lot of things that it affects. So just like keep that in mind and you should be fine. And I know the layout of this vault. Normally I would read magic mapping, but since I know the layout, I'm gonna shatter. I'm gonna go over here, cast refrigeration a bit, kill everything, and then rest off my minus potion status effect from casting refrigeration. Any second now. There we go. You can drink potions again. Drink flight. Fly over here. Doesn't even need to be over there. I think the place that I am looking for is more over here. Did I see a Sphinx? Oh, it was a Stoker. Okay. Stokers are dangerous, but they are not as dangerous as a Sphinx would be for my character. And so I cast Shatter here, and now I can get in. Okay. I actually don't remember this level layout so well. I very obviously didn't break the correct vault. This is the reason why I get a Shatter, by the way, because Shatter is not something that I use to kill things. It's something that I use to break these bolts and not have to go through them in the way that you're normally supposed to go through them. That's gonna become even more evident later in the game. If I do Tomb, I am very likely to do Tomb because I'm training for Mummy form. Mummy form is, in my opinion, very important, if not just a straight up essential for Tomb. Um, Tomb has a layout that makes it really hard for you to not die, kind of, if you don't know what's coming, and you can also kind of cheat the layout by casting Shatter. That's why I got Shatter with this character. Well, not necessarily only for this. Um, I got it for all the Hell branches. It was also useful in Pandemonium. In the Ziggurat, I didn't really cast it a lot. I only cast it against Iron Golems. We're gonna be seeing some of those in the Iron City of this, by the way. Um, this is taking me a while. It's a bit of a shame. But unfortunately, that's how it is with Jaina. This is the only hell that doesn't allow you to read scrolls. The other ones have different downsides. Vampiric Demon Whip is a fantastic weapon, but unfortunately I am not interested in using it. Okay. We are going to go over here. Right. One of these days I'm gonna stumble into Asmodeus, and then we're gonna cast a Polar Vortex on Asmodeus. What is this? 3. Okay, I have a bunch of potions of 3. I don't care about that one. Fear. At this point in the game, Fear doesn't really do a lot. I am actually not sure that it can affect anything that we would encounter in Hot Hells. So I'm not even gonna worry about picking that up. Okay, Polar Vortex doing some good work. And there it is. Greatest and most cunning of the Lords of Hell, Asmodeus was born when the twin fires of greed and treachery first sparked to life within a mortal's heart. His hideous body is perpetually wreathed in flame. And as you can see, Asmodeus has a ton of HP, a ton of armor class, and is immune to fire, so we cannot really do Firestorm against Asmodeus. The correct thing to do here, I think, would be maybe to drink a potion of 3. No, not a potion of 3. Maybe drink a potion of attraction. Also, I would like to not be weak to fire while fighting Asmodeus, but that's a bit of a shame. I think that's a hell effect. I think that literally just happened right now. Because in case you don't know, hell effects give you random chances for bad things to happen. 2 pips of fire resistance. I think we should be okay. Asmodeus is not really that bad. I'm gonna drink attraction. I don't have attraction. Oh, I dropped them. I said I'm not gonna use attraction ever. I remember that. I was there when that happened. Let's cast Firestorm. Yeah, just a teeny tiny bit of Firestorming. Mm-hmm. Fridge, three Brimstone Fiends, four Brimstone Fiends. I don't know if that was Asmodeus's Fire Summon or something else, because Fire Summon is the same thing that Set Above had, and it can summon It can summon Hellions, Brimstone Fiends, and Balrogs. And of course, from the three of those, the ones that we want to see are the Balrogs because they are the ones that are the easiest to kill. Um, this seems to be going well. Look at that. We just melted Asmodeus. It was not even close. I guess that's the power of 100% spell power. And of course, Asmodeus was guarding the rune for me. We don't care about the money. We don't care about the potion of might. We can just get out. Um, yeah, I have almost 9,000 money, but I don't have any shops left in the game. It would be nice if there were many shops that I could encounter. Like maybe Ziggurat levels could have shops. I think that would be very appreciated. Okay, the exit is right here. So what I had to do was actually kind of the opposite of what I did. You know, I used Shatter and I floated to the opposite side of the level. And if I had floated here, I would have been able to do what I wanted to do in the first place. So there's that. Now you know it is a viable strategy. It's just not something that you cannot do unless you know where the rune is, and it's kind of hard for you to know where the rune is if you cannot read magic mapping. Gonna shatter. That got. Oh, it didn't get rid of the seeing wretch. Okay, didn't even take that much damage. Interesting. We are very close to the exit, so shatter here. And just run to the exit. At this point, the hell doesn't really have anything else for us. I mean, I guess it has loot, but loot is worthless at this point in the game. And it can be dangerous. So next we have Tartarus, and Tartarus has the all-pervading rot saps visitors' willpower. Um, if you examine the entrances, it tells you what the hell does. It's very nice. The gate to Jenna. The acrid smoke renders the scrolls unreadable. So while you are in there, you cannot read scrolls. When you're in Tartarus, you have half willpower. When you're in the Iron City of this, it gives you -8 slaying. It gives you 8 corrosion for the entirety of your stay there. And Cocytus gives you the inability to drink potions, which is extremely scary, I have to say. From the four of those, the inability to drink potions is probably the most scary because normally you would drink potions to remove petrification, to haste yourself, and you can't. The hell prevents you from doing it. So Tartarus, we go. The decaying drum drains your will. I mean, I have 0 willpower. What's half of 0? Doesn't really matter. I am going to quiver Firestorm again because in this place refrigeration doesn't really do a lot. Refrigeration is excellent for Jenna. In Jenna, there's many guys that are weak to cold, so pretty good for there, not good for here. In here, we're gonna see a lot of undead monsters and other monsters that resist cold. So yeah. I think. Oh, never mind. I was about to say that this place could generate leeches, but what happens is that all hells can generate leeches now. Yeah, ever since hot hells were changed or were introduced into the game, all hells can generate leeches, which is really bad. Okay, looking for the exits. Profane Servitor. Sometimes these can be very difficult to kill because they have vampiric. Yeah, they can hit for 25 to drain health from the living, and I happen to be the living. and I would like to remain being the living, unless I cast Mummy Form. If I cast Mummy Form, then it's fine. I can afford to not be the living if I'm casting Mummy Form. But that's the only way that I would take being not being the living. Um, by the way, we just sorry, we just got shafted in Tartarus, and that's really good because you don't want to do the entirety of the hell. In fact, when you get out of the hell, you don't have upstairs into the previous level of the hell. You have a portal that leads you to the entrance. See here? There's a gateway leading out of Tartarus. So getting shafted, normally in most parts of the game it would be absolutely horrible for you to get shafted. In here it is absolutely a blessing. It's like the game is trying to help you win, trying to help you survive this awful place. These guys have a nasty status effect. Yeah, Doom Howl. Unleashes a piercing howl that catches and echoes in victims' minds. While those echoes linger, nightmarish creatures will hear and track them to their source. It can only be used once by a given creature. So at least they can only use it once. Yeah, it is indeed awful. It constantly places very high level monsters that can generate here. Bone dragons. I don't know if it places profane servitors, but it places other very nasty things as well. Titi Mime are probably among the worst things that it can place. Okay. I am affected by Howl. It happened pretty much immediately upon the Doomhound entering the screen. That's unfortunate. I might drink cancellation. I have 12. Sure. If I have 12, I can afford to drink one. Yeah, TT Mime are absolutely horrible. Um, In the cigarette, I didn't see that many TT Mime, but I did see some of them. And here we have the stairs, so I don't have to kill anything. I can just step on the stairs. This is the final level of Tartarus. We're gonna read magic mapping, and we got one of the most awful layouts. The rune is here. The rune is here, and as you can see, in order for me to get there, I have to go through all of this. I can step here and shatter, and that greatly reduces the duration of this horrible vault. The endings for Tartarus are generally really bad. That's like a common occurrence. One more turn, two more turns. I got howled again. I'm gonna drink my potion, so my potion of cancellation to get rid of that. Blink away. Polar vortex. Just walk away from those guys. Don't really have to fight them. Shatter here. Okay, got tormented by a TT Metal. That's a shame. Apart from Torment, these guys don't really have too many nasty things. I guess the Bolt of Draining is kind of bad, but it's not as bad as other things that other greater demons can do, like Damnation. I feel like I'm making a massive racket here, and so everything can hear me. Ooh, Titimitu coming from this side. That's way more dangerous than the Tainted Leviathan. The Leviathan will mesmerize me. That's a thing that they do. But not as dangerous as a Titimitu going for the Torment. Okay, now I would like to walk away because I made a ton of noise. I don't have that much mana, so I would like to rest it off. Doomhound could be bad. Gonna drink a curing. A curing? Yeah, sure we can drink a curing. It's not an issue. We have a Doomhound. It is not fire resistant. We can just do this. It doesn't kill, but the fire kills. That's pretty good. I'm gonna have to cast Polar Vortex for this guy. Excuse me. Where did this CT metal come from? Did I pull it from outside the screen? That's probably what it was. I was probably chilling here, and I pulled it with Polar Vortex because it hits enemies through walls. It's a pretty crazy spell. Not a lot of spells can do that. Is there any way for me to hit that? Doesn't seem to be a possibility. No, I run into a chance of hitting myself with it, and it deals 200 damage. So I'm not gonna do that, of course. Gonna go for Polar Vortex here, Polar Vortex, and one more. And now I would like to be at full mana. Well, I am kind of close to full mana. I took damage, and let me tell you, that's not something that has happened very frequently with this character. I took a bunch of damage because I got tormented. It's just like what happens when you get tormented. But it is kind of annoying to have to rest it off. Normally, I would love to have regeneration here, but I don't have any items that give me regeneration. For all the fantastic items that we have gotten, I have not gotten a good Amulet of Regen. I guess I could replace my Amulet of Mana Regen with Vitality, but Vitality won't regen me until I am at full HP to prevent it being used exactly like this. You're not incentivized to swap into the amulet, put it on, be at full HP, and then take it off and replace it with something else. So we have to wait for to be at full HP to have that the ability to regenerate. Fortunately, I don't need to fly through this. It would be a good idea to fly through. But it's fine. Oh, I am here. I don't want to be here. Gonna go over here. I like my current HP. It's quite high. It's very reminiscent of an ogre. Sorry, it has ogres have plus 3 HP. Demigods only have plus 1 HP. But it's very good because, or my HP is currently very good because the Amulet of Vitality gives me 15 extra HP. We shatter here, breaks the wall. I can go through now. Gonna Firestorm the Leviathan and the Profane Servitor. And that Profane Servitor. Unfortunately, it makes a ton of noise to do this. Oh, that's a shame. We went for Firestorming the Titi Mime, and they didn't die. I feel like we got a bit of a bad roll if it didn't kill the two Titi Mime. We are going to Firestorm the Tainted Leviathan because it's currently mesmerizing me. Yep. I killed it with a single cast. Those guys have around 150 HP. I guess they're not fire resistant, so it's kind of reasonable for me to be able to one-shot them. After all, my Firestorm can deal up to 200. Polar Vortex. This has taken me way longer than doing Jenna. But it's because of the constant torment. It's just unavoidable. You're gonna have to rest to high amounts of HP after getting tormented every time. Ooh, nice. Something hits the Tainted Leviathan, something burns the Tainted Leviathan. So that's very strange. One of my polar vortices actually did something. I don't think that happens very frequently. I'm not gonna complain about it, of course. There we go. That's what happens very frequently. Something hits your fire vortex dissipates. Okay, I would like to maybe use Acid against this guy, the Tainted Leviathan, because 0 mana. Maybe I should drink ambrosia. Yep. Now I am back at a decent amount of HP and mana to continue. Titsimitul doesn't get one shot. How am I one-shotting the Tainted Leviathans but not one-shotting the Tsitsimime? I do not understand that. Mm. By the way, I am absolutely flexing on you my capability to pronounce Tsitsimitul and Tsitsimime. Powers from being a native Mexican, you know? And specifically the part of Mexico where I live, because I live in like kind of the middle of Mexico, Mexico City, and that's where the Aztecs used to be. So a bunch of things that the Aztecs did are still like referenced in today's Mexico City. Like the volcanoes are called Popocatépetl and Iztaccíhuatl, so like those names are Aztec names. Um, so I kind of get used to pronouncing Nahuatl things, even if I do not know the language. I think it might be worth it to learn Nahuatl. Um, Mexico had so many different dialects because it was not only the Nahuatls who lived in Mexico. There were many different cultures that were kind of at war with the Nahuatls, and or with the Aztecs. Sorry, the Aztecs were kind of like a bit tyrannical. They were definitely the most powerful of the cultures around in here. So they kind of engaged in slavery and ritual war against the other cultures that were not as powerful as the Aztecs. So when the Spanish came, some cultures that didn't really like the Aztecs became very friendly with the Spanish and helped them conquer the Aztecs. And they were also kind of enslaved by the Spanish somewhat. It was not as bad as you would think, but it was pretty bad nonetheless. After all, their whole culture was eradicated. But it can always be worse than that if you think about it. Anyway, while I was talking about that, we killed Ereshkigal, and Ereshkigal didn't really pose that much of a threat. Fortunately, we were very powerful with full power Polar Vortex and Firestorm, and Ereshkigal just kind of blew up. So we're here. I am in hell. I am doing extended. I mean, I have 76 intelligence and I have full power. I have 100% power on my level 9 spells. I'm not just gonna end the game like that. I already did Pandemonium. Um, so yeah, I am here. I am indeed in hell. Just having a blast. Let's go into the Iron City of this. 3 Caustic Strikes. Let's cast this. Never seen that. Have you seriously never seen me do an extended run? Having a blast in hell, yeah. Just having a good time. Um, Nothing to fear here if I can just spam the Firestorm button. It's kind of worrisome that the Hell Sentinels take like 4 Firestorms to kill, but it's unfortunately what it is. Maybe I should quiver Shatter, because I do have Shatter. Oh, here it is. I didn't see it for some reason. Mm, no, 100% power and level 9 spells. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's not something that happens very frequently. Let me actually get out and put on this Amulet of Mana Regen that I was using before. Probably slightly better for this place, because this place doesn't have that much Torment. It does have an unreasonable amount of torment compared to the entirety of the rest of the game, but it doesn't have as much torment as Tartarus. Okay. Shatter doing wonders for dealing with the monsters here. Aha, we take those. I already mentioned why they are so good. Let me Polar Vortex for the Caustic Strikes. We don't want to be fighting Caustic Strikes for too long, because they can easily corrode you to a point where you can no longer function as a crawl character. By the way, do Silent Specters generate in Tartarus anymore? I don't think I saw any so I wouldn't be surprised if they just didn't generate anymore. Whoa, that vortex looks cool. It's the highest level spell of ice magic, or at least the current iteration of the highest level spell of ice magic. Who knows when it's gonna get reworked again. In case you don't know, it used to be Ice Storm, then Ice Storm turned into Glaciate, then Glaciate turned into Absolute Zero, then Absolute Zero turned into Polar Vortex. So literally the fourth iteration of a level 9 ice spell. It's very cool. It deals incredible damage. It's probably one of the most, if not the most damaging spell in the game. The downside of it compared to other level 9 spells is that it doesn't do all of its damage immediately. You need to wait like 6 or 7 turns for it to deal the entirety of the damage that it can deal. But once, or like, that also makes it relatively pretty good because you have a spell that is incredibly mana efficient. Like I could cast Firestorm and there's no guarantee that I would kill the Caustic Strikes, but I can cast Polar Vortex and I am pretty much guaranteed to kill them. Yeah, just take a look at them. They're pretty boned. Yep, you kill the Caustic Strike times 3. Sounds fun to use. It is a very fun spell to use. It's very powerful. Well suited for characters that can survive for the amount of time that it takes to cast it. I was not too excited to get it with this character. In fact, for some time I was thinking about not getting it because this character cannot do, like for example, I cannot kill the Dreadlich with that because it can paralyze me. In fact, in order to deal with it, I need to cast Firestorm right now to block the path for it to like shoot me with paralysis. That is. But that is unique to this character pretty much because not all characters will be using the Robe of Folly. 15 Necromancy. We might be able to learn. We might be able to learn Death's Door. Oh, we can definitely learn Death's Door with 15 skill. It's crazy. Why can't I learn Death's Door with 15 skill? This is not okay. Oh, to be fair, I am wearing a robe, so I don't have that that downside. I'm also wearing a buckler that gives me 3 armor class. It's pretty neat. Yeah, when it comes to shields, we have nothing. It's very funny. Oh, Doorbolt. I'm not gonna do it, but I could do it. But I could also die, and I don't want to die. Yeah, you know what's even stranger about this character, Shaper? This character has 100% power on spells that it doesn't have 100% chance to succeed at. Like Shatter is at 4%, and I am and I still have 100% power on Shatter. That's the weirdest thing about this character. Yeah, I did put on the Robe of Folly. Of course I'm gonna put it on. It's actually really good. It's just that I was not gonna put it on until I had Firestorm, because Firestorm is the ideal spell to wear that with. It's a spell that you will probably have to cast multiple times, but it's an incredibly powerful spell. It even can hit things outside of the screen. So yeah, it's like perfect for the current situation. Shatter. I like that it also targets the walls. It tells you it has a pretty good chance to break the walls. I'm gonna use Polar Vortex for the Caustic Strikes. Just sit here. Goodbye, Caustic Strikes. Oh, this one didn't die. Interesting. So did Firestorm die, win, or die? Firestorm is still active. This is the same character. We're still going because I'm going for quite probably 15 runes. More Caustic Strikes. You need to wait for the winds to calm down. It does have a cooldown, Polar Vortex. You cannot quite spam it, and you obviously cannot cast it while you still have one up. But once it's over, you can like wait a couple of turns, recast it again. Normally, you don't have to cast it twice because it deals such ridiculous damage that you will most likely be able to just kill everything with a single cast. And this is quite probably the worst possible thing that I could see. This thing has a 96% chance to to petrify me, and this thing has a 96% chance to paralyze me. And if any of those things happen, I am Giga Death. This character was a Firestorm Ice Elementalist. It is. It is a demigod ice elementalist. In this game, you are not limited by your background start, or rather, you are limited, but you're limited very slightly. It only influences the starting stat spread that you get, and you can overcome that with enough gear. So theoretically, a Berserker could be doing the same thing that I am doing right now. It's just that it's incredibly unlikely for that to happen. This is a terrible situation. I might die here with very little counterplay. I don't have silence scrolls. I have 7 silence scrolls. Okay, I could choose to use them, but if I use them, I am very naked myself. I can kind of melee with the staff. I have 15 evocations, and I finally got min delay on the staff. I guess I'm gonna have to do that. But the thing is that then I'm fighting 2 Hell Sentinels while silenced. Oh man, this is a bad situation. What I'm gonna do is blink here, read silence, open the door, hopefully kill the leeches before the Hell Sentinels kill me, and then drink cancellation to get rid of the silence and just like kill the Hell Sentinels. And hopefully that will work. Yes. Okay. You can petrify me. If you choose to petrify me, I think I am kind of okay with that. The thing that I am actually afraid of is the paralysis. Let's use Holy Word. Somehow I only have 4. How much does the X-shaped move does at the moment? Probably Starburst you're talking about. It already deals as much damage as it can possibly deal. I forgot about it because it's not that good anymore, but I can check it for you. Starburst. It deals 6 dice of 25. Yes, that's exactly what you were talking about. Starburst. 6 dice of 25. It's a lot of damage, but it's nothing compared to my 8 dice of 25 Firestorm. And the other ones, there's some that don't even have like an indicator of how much damage they deal, like Polar Vortex. But it deals a ton of damage. Don't be misled by the fact that it doesn't have an indicator of how much damage it deals. It still deals incredible amounts of damage. Thinking about Polar Vortex in here, the issue is that I don't want to get hexed. If I get hexed, it's so bad. Like, I actually die. The hex from this guy is not that terrible because I get a turn or 2 of counterplay. I can drink cancellation to not be petrifying. The hex from the Dreadlich is the bad one. That one I don't get any turns to do something about it. If I get hit by paralysis, I just become paralyzed for up to 7 turns, and that obviously kills you, especially when fighting monsters as dangerous as these 2 Hell Sentinels. Firestorm. By the way, what you are currently seeing is not the kind of power level that a character normally achieves in this game. This is a unique character. Really, like, characters don't normally get 76 intelligence. Characters don't normally get 100% spell power on their level 9 spells. This is truly a special character because of that. If you had it, you hit all 4 of them. Oh, it was also not gonna kill all 4 of them because these things are immune to fire. So literally cannot deal damage with that particular spell to these monsters. They completely resist it. These ones resist fire, so like monsters at this point in the game, they get pretty crazy with their resistances, with the ways that you can kill them. So some spells like those are not that effective at this point in the game, or just like they're still decent. They still deal good damage, but they become kind of obsolete compared to Firestorm, the level 9 spells. And I have, funnily enough, I have 4 level 9 spells. Polar Vortex, Death's Door, Firestorm, and Shatter. And I could get more, but I'm not going to. I could get Chain Lightning and Dragon's Call. From those I could get Chain Lightning, but nah. And Dragon's Call, it's not a favorite of mine. I feel like it's probably one of the worst level 9 spells for going into this point in the game. Regardless, Polar Vortex, Yes. As long as this thing cannot paralyze me, we're good. As long as that happens, we're good. Do they fly? They fly. They fly now. Okay, so ignition. The air bursts into flame. That centers a fireball on every monster that is on the screen right now, and that is a very powerful effect because the fireballs can very easily stack up and accumulate, and you can kill monsters even more powerful than you think with ignition. It doesn't really do anything to the Hell Sentinels, but it does do pretty good work at dealing with the Dread Leeches. Do you have a spell that can heal status you can learn? No, nothing like that exists in this game. No, nothing like that exists. That a spell that can remove like negative status effects? No, and that is very intentional. It's by design. There are ways that you can remove status effects, like cancellation, but they are a consumable. You have a limited amount of cancellation in the game. You can find more. So it's like a very conscious decision. Okay, I'm choosing to use this limited effect to help me in this situation. Most other effects are like that, like haste, invisibility. Invisibility is not that limited, but it's hard to get a renewable source of invisibility. Potion of 3 is super rare. It's not that limited, Potion of 3, because you can cast other spells that have similar upsides to Potion of 3, but never something that is exactly the same. What does Mutation do? It is a potion that mutates the drinker, removing several mutations, then granting a few random mutations which are likely but not guaranteed to be good. And that is how you get rid of some of these bad mutations. The ones that are on red are bad. The ones that are not on red are good. Well, sometimes. The ones that are on blue are part of your species and can never be removed permanently. You can remove them temporarily by casting a form, but you cannot remove them permanently. Yeah, Scotty, it's good to see you around again. I appreciate it. And yeah, as you say, Shaper, this has gone from bad to worse because of the incredible amount of leeches that I'm having to deal with here. I can use cancellation if the need arises. The ones that are truly scary are the dread leeches. As long as I don't have to fight dread leeches, we're fine. We should be done now. Like realistically, that was obviously a bolt that just placed leeches like that. And now that we're done with the bolt, we're also most likely also done with the leeches. Also, sometimes you get temporary bad mutations. The hell can provide the temporary bad mutations, but they get healed if you gain experience, and I already gained a bunch of experience. Magic mapping. The rune is right here, I think. It might be here, it might be here. And it's being guarded by this Pater. If you have played NetHack, you know that this Pater is a very trash enemy in NetHack, despite being a Hell Lord. In this game, this Pater is not a trash enemy. Yeah, despite how it looks like with this character, all Hell Lords, all Pan Lords can be extremely dangerous. It's just that my character is that powerful. I cannot stress it enough. This is not what normal characters look like. So yeah, this is not my. Is this my first? No, this is not my first character having 100% power on my level 9 spells. The Mega Sig character that I did a couple of months ago also had level 9 spells at 100% power. That one was using the orange crystal plate armor. But the Robe of Folly might be a better item to use for such a character. Let me tell you. Okay, so we're just like casually shattering everything. I'm out of mana. It's important that I regain it. Gonna get in here, gonna drink a potion of ambrosia to quickly regain my HP and mana. That's pretty good. Gonna rest to full mana, if I can, of course. I have bad memories of being stuck in a very complicated situation here with a different character, but this character will most likely not have an issue like that. As you can see, this character is doing extremely well. Mm. Shatter is really good for dealing with this place. Mm. Didn't kill the Cossack Shrike. Oh, hold on. I don't have to have that inscription in here anymore. In Scribe, we can remove the don't attack from that, because now I don't have anything that makes me Berserk, so I can just use it as a melee weapon now. In order to kill things that don't deserve the use of any mana, such as that Cossack Shrike that was almost dead. Because don't misunderstand me, Cossack Shrikes are absolutely terrifying, but if they're almost dead, nah. Okay, goodbye Hell Sentinel. Let me try to apport the rune. Okay, apport the Iron Rune of Sot. Talisman, which allows entry into the realm of Sot. You pick up the Iron Rune and feel its power. You now have 13 runes. So I can just choose not to fight this Pater. I could win the fight easily, I think. I am going to do it. Yeah, gonna do it. Let's go. Okay, I wish I was not so ridiculously drained, but not much that we can do about it. Okay, Dispater any second now. There it is. Greatest of the Lords of Hell, Dispater was born when first an iron sword drank mortal blood. We have already read that. The only art they enjoy is the art of war. I like that line. That line is so cool for Dispater. Ridiculous amounts of armor class, very high HP. Like monsters don't get that amount of HP. Even Tiamat has less HP than that. But this is like a Hell Lord. There's only 4 of them. Yep. And Iron Shot, Crystal Spear, Hurl Damnation, Summon Hell Sentinel, and Abjuration. I wonder if it can summon multiple Hell Sentinels. With a single cast, that is. I know that it can summon 3. This spell has no description. Casting it may therefore be unwise. Please file a bug report. Okay, you don't have to tell me that twice. Let me take a screenshot of that. And I put it in the roguelikes Discord. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty funny how please file a bug report. I love it. This Pater doesn't fly, so Shatter is gonna be really decent here. This Pater is immune to fire. I could go for the forbidden technique of the Shatter Nado, but the thing is that Shatter makes things fly, or Tornado, sorry. Polar Vortex makes things fly, and Shatter deals reduce damage to things that fly, so it's not very good in practice. That kind of thing works against Asmodeus, doesn't really work against this Pater. Oof, that was amazing. That was like 6 Shatters, and we killed this Pater. It normally doesn't go as easy as that. Yeah, I need to stress it enough. It normally doesn't go as easy because normally you don't have 100% power on your Shatter, but this character definitely does, as you can see there. Now that I have 18 Necromancy, I can actually turn it off. Yeah, I don't have 100% power on Death's Door because Death's Door is not enhanced by the Elemental Staff. But it's fine. I don't need it. It's still gonna eat a chunk of my maximum HP. Oh, never mind. It's not Death's Door. The one that would eat a chunk of my maximum HP is Borg's Revivification, which I can also get. Borg's Revivification. You also don't get spells that heal you in this game, except for this one. Um, this one is the only spell in the game that can heal you, and it heals you to full HP. Um, but it also permanently damages your HP. Like you can never regain the HP that you lose from casting this spell. I think that design is very cool, and I would like to see it expanded to other spells. Because this is obviously a ridiculously powerful spell, but it is not a spell that you can spam um, every fight, right? So this spell would be a cool spell to have on, or like this effect of reducing your maximum HP would be cool to have on other spells like haste or deflect missiles. You know, those spells that were removed for being too powerful. I think the whole Magic school could be formed around that idea of spell that is obviously powerful, but there is this downside that prevents you from using it just like brainlessly through the entirety of the game. How much damage does it do if you have it at 100%? I think it's a coin flip that gets greatly reduced based on your spell power. There's no hard number with it, but I think it can deal as little as 10 and as much as like 20 maximum HP. Um, we are gonna go into the final hell that I haven't done. As I mentioned, this is a place that doesn't allow you to drink potions, so things can get pretty sketchy here. Fortunately, I have a Firestorm, and this is a place where everything is weak to fire pretty much, including the Ice Fiends. So apparently I am very proficient at one-shotting them. Um, nice Blink Trap. Bump Drain is like the only other spell. Oh yeah, Bump Drain too heals, but Bump Drain requires you to be fighting something that you can affect with Bump Drain to heal, and it's also a melee range spell. It's very different than Borg's Revivification, but it definitely qualifies as a spell that can heal you. You naturally resist ice? Do I? Well, I don't, but I am wearing a bunch of gear that makes me cold resistant. Yeah, when it comes to my gear, I have all the resistances that I could wish for, except for willpower, but willpower, like, I cannot have that with Robe of Folly. Robe of Folly literally sets your willpower to 0. Rest to full mana, hopefully. Mm. Ignition. Ignition is very good. I haven't really been casting it a lot, but it is a fantastic spell. I tell you, it places a fireball on everything on the screen, and at full power, the fireball deals 3 dice of 25. It's very good. You thought Ice Elementalists got a little of that? Nah, they don't get anything from. Like, backgrounds don't affect your character at all in this game, other than the stats. Um, Species do. There are some species that have innate cold resistance, like the mummy. There's a species that get innate fire resistance, like the Jinn, but demigod don't get anything like that. Demigod get 10 mana. They get the inability to worship a god. You cannot, will not, and will never worship any god. And you also get the ability to get incredible stats from leveling up. It's really good, as evidenced by my intelligence. Um, so level 3 out of 7 in Cocytus. Well, now it's level 4. And I am petrifying because these things have a 94% chance to petrify me. And I cannot drink a potion, so these things are terrible. If I had not been alone with that thing, that would have been it. Like anything, any monster that would have been supporting that guy would have killed me. That's what I need to be wary of when going in here. And when using the Robofolly, okay. If I cannot fly with a potion, I can fly with a Polar Vortex. Yeah, but fortunately that didn't happen. Recently these guys got nerfed. Um, their their Serakfold dealt ridiculous damage. Now it doesn't deal ridiculous damage. It was like 3 dice of 30 something before, and now it's 3 dice of 28. mistook that for my species, but it was my background. Yeah. Um, hmm That's how it is. It's very nice. I am a demigod right now, and as a demigod, like I have those things that cannot be altered in any way whatsoever. Um, the most impactful of those is probably the inability to worship gods, because gods are a big part of this game. It doesn't seem like it with such a powerful character, but normally characters are not this powerful, and they need to rely on a god for a little bit of help. For example, if this character could worship a god, probably the best one to worship would be Behemoth gives you mana on kills, so that's really good. Gossack gives you the ability to buy potions, so you could buy potions of mana, so you could also kind of have infinite mana. Sif Muna gives you the ability to channel mana. I don't like Sif Muna that much, but at this point in the game, Sif Muna would be reasonable solely for the ability to have unlimited mana, because unlimited mana plus unlimited firestorms at such high power, it's like a really good combination. And very fortunately, all these Ice Fiends are weak to fire, because otherwise the Ice Fiend is quite probably the most dangerous out of all the greater demons. At least when it comes to damage, their Bolt of Cold is crazy strong, and they also have Torment, and they also deal like silly damage or silly amounts of damage with with their melee attack. Next run, can you play something that heavily uses the Fate system? Ooh, let me tell you that you arrived to the stream like a week too late, because I just got done playing like three characters in a row that were Celots. I played an Uzkoyo character, I played an Emelex character, and then I played a Sif Muna character, and the three of those were like heavily using their god abilities. In fact, I have many runs on YouTube. If you want to see a character like that, I would recommend you to take a look at my YouTube and look at the Heal Orc of Sif Muna, uh, or look at any character that says of Nemelex, because Nemelex is a god that heavily incentivizes you to use godly powers. Oh, I should have a YouTube command. Thank you for letting me know of that, Scotty. Like, you have no idea how much I've pondered if there's any commands that I should add, and I don't have a command for the YouTube. Hold on. Sorry for that. That's the autoplay on my YouTube, and that is my YouTube. I am gonna add a command for that in the future. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate it. Um, Yeah, I saw that PF already patched it. You remember the Summon Hell Sentinel thing that we saw like 10 minutes ago? It's already been patched. That is pretty bad, you know? That's whack. That guy wasn't in the screen, and now it is, and now I am petrifying. Um, I might die. Like, maybe the absolute safest way to assure that I'm not gonna die as a result of that is casting Death's Door. Like, if I cast Death's Door, I'm pretty sure I don't die, but I am at full HP, and Death's Door leaves me at like 3 HP, so I don't wanna be at 3 HP. So I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Hold on, I am going to cast Polar Vortex. I think Polar Vortex is like the safest thing to do. Oh, I miscast it with 1%. Well, let's hope that I don't die. Let's press escape. And nothing really happened. I took 23 damage. That's fine. It helps a lot that I was not really fighting things that were that dangerous. Because if there had been a single Ice Fiend, a single Hellion, a single Tormentor in the screen right now, I would be so dead. Like, you have no idea. I would be super dead. The character is incredibly powerful, and I would still have died so badly. But fortunately, that didn't happen. Okay, let's read magic mapping, because this is the ending, the final level of Cocytus. The rune is in one of these two rooms. I don't know which one it is. It's random. The room that has the rune has also Antaeus. Um, Once a hero among the Titans, Antaeus grew jealous of the Titan Queen. In single combat, he challenged and slew her, and for this crime he was exiled and descended into the Hells. Finding the inhabitants of that place no match for his might, Antaeus tore from its substance a fourth hell, Cocytus, a realm born of frost and spite. It's a very cool description too. This guy has the most HP out of anything that exists in the game, and it also has close to the most damage out of anything that exists in the game. You do your 25 armor class as well. 25 armor class is nothing. Like, as this character has 76 intelligence, there's characters that can have 76 armor class or even more than that. This is probably the strongest spellcaster you've ever seen. This is also probably the strongest character overall that I have ever played. And I've been playing for 11 years, and this feels like the strongest character that I have ever played. For a mage, it's fine, and you are kind of like subject to preconceptions of how characters should look like from other roguelikes. Crawl lets you do whatever you want with your character. You want to be a troll and you want to be casting the same spells that I'm casting right now, you can do it. It's going to be really difficult, but you can do it, and you can also do it wearing gold dragon scales. It's just going to be nearly impossible, but it can be done. And in other games, it can't be done because the game prevents you from doing it. In that sense, crawl is very free. It only prevents you from doing things that are kind of really bad, and that you don't want to do. Like, you actually don't want to do because the game, like, you would die if you were to do them. That kind of thing. So yeah, I love this game. This game is so good. Okay, so in case you didn't know what I did there, I used Polar Vortex to fly because I cannot drink potions because it's too cold. Everything is frozen solid. We're gonna cast, oh, not that. We're gonna cast Shatter to break through this stone, which I cannot dig through. Ignition looks pretty good here. Ignition doesn't normally create steam, but since there's deep water and that's just how it works. If you see deep water and you affect it with a fire spell, it will create steam. Okay, we're shattering everything. I like that this ending has titans. They don't feel very freezy, but it kind of fits the flavor of Antaeus, having a couple of titan followers. I mean. Okay, I need to keep in mind that I cannot really regain my mana, so going below like 20 mana or so is very dangerous because at that point I can't really fight. I can press tab and attack with my elemental staff. It deals very good damage. The thing is that damage is a joke compared to the damage that I am doing with my spells. Okay. Now I want to fly over. Ooh, that's the first time that's ever happened to me. Yeah, that's actually the first time that I have ever fallen into deep water. Unfortunately, in this game, that's not an instant death. As you can see, you can't survive in this terrain. You fly above the water, but the process is draining. You feel drained. So every turn that you spend flying over deep water, like that, you are drained more and more. The game does punish you for doing that kind of thing, but it's not like, oh, you instantly die like in NetHack, for example. Yeah, yikes. So obviously Antaeus is not here. Antaeus is in the other side. I won't have to fly over to reach Antaeus. I can just shatter here. It's gonna be sketchy, but we can shatter here. Probably shouldn't have cast that. I don't want to be next to Antaeus. That is really, really bad because Antaeus hurts a lot in melee. Probably one of the most damaging monsters in the game. Antaeus, guardian of Cocytus, once a hero among the Titans, Antaeus grew jealous of the Titan Queen. Oh, we already read that. Ah, I like that. Antaeus got a new color in console. Antaeus didn't used to be that color. But anyway, 700 HP, weak to fire, so Firestorm time, go. Firestorm engage. 3, 4, 5, 6 firestorms it took me at 100% power against a monster that's weak to fire. It just goes to show how tanky he is. Yeah, the tankiest monster in the game, literally. Even if you're attacking with the most powerful fire damage that you can possibly have, it still took me 6 firestorms. That's more firestorms than I have used against other monsters. Why does my character have to get so good that I go YOLO? That YOLOing trying to get into Ice Cave, that's called greed. That's a mental aspect of Crawl. Like you need to train yourself to overcome the greed. Um, and then when you manage to do that, you will notice yourself getting better at the game. Because maybe you're already good and you're like making good decisions until you make like that one decision that kills you. Your first good character in a while. It happens. It happens. Don't worry, it will get better for sure. We can do that. Okay, just Polar Vortex to kill the Simulacra, and we're done with the Hells. That was the final one. Sure. You don't do anything that I can resist with willpower anyway. Get out, blink away, polar vortex, or firestorm, sorry. You feel a bit more experience. Is there a rune in here? I already picked it up. Did I? Did I pick it up? Or maybe I just killed Antaeus. I'm pretty sure I just killed Antaeus, actually. Let's take a look. No, I did pick up the rune. There was the icy rune of Sot. All the hells have one rune. Places where the runes can generate. Hold on. Let me do this thing. Copy and paste this because my current keyboard doesn't have that key, so I need to copy and paste it in order to do this. Aha! I have 14 out of 15. The cane comes from the swamp. Gossamer comes from the spider's lair. The silver rune comes from the bolts. And the abyssal rune comes from the abyss. The slimy rune comes from slime. The pizza slime. The demonic rune of some comes from the pandemonium. It's the random one that you don't know where it's gonna spawn, but it's gonna spawn there. So you have to keep going until you find it. The glowing rune, magical rune, fiery rune, and dark rune also come from Pandemonium. Those ones generating a specific level with a specific guaranteed Pandemonium lore that always generates the same way and that is more difficult than usual. The bone rune, the obsidian rune, the icy rune, and the iron rune come from hell, and I've already grabbed them. Bone rune comes from Tartarus. Obsidian comes from Jenna. Icy rune comes from Cocytus. And Iron rune comes from the Iron City of this. And the final one is a golden rune of Sot, probably the most difficult and dangerous one to get, comes from Tomb. And yet Tomb always for last. It is awful. You have no idea. I am going to do it. I have not done Tomb in like more than half a year because I hate Tomb. But I feel like this character can do it. Especially because I have I don't have mummy form yet. Ooh, okay, we have to amnesia something. Yeah, I need mummy form. I'm not doing this without mummy form. And I have the skill to cast mummy form. Tomb is terrible. I can say goodbye to Orb of Destruction. We have already outgrown Orb of Destruction with this character, and we can also say goodbye to also Kubus Armor. I could say goodbye to a port, but I can see it being good. I'm gonna say goodbye to Osokubus Armor. It gave me pretty fantastic armor class, actually. I go to 40 armor class with this character, with Rove, if I cast Osokubus Armor. Tomb with Shatter and Firestorm shouldn't be that hard. Shouldn't be that hard. In reality, Tomb can be terrible. even if you have like the greatest damage output in the game, which I kind of have right now. Like actually the greatest damage output that you can ever achieve in the game. Um, but it does have retaliatory damage, and that's pretty bad. Yeah, you see that? Torment. Oh, by the way, I probably need to take off the robe of folly just for like for a brief period of time. I'm already not wearing it, right? Did I take it off? I didn't take it off. Hold on. Can I wear that leather armor of happy babbling just for now? Okay, three. Oh man, that's pretty rough. The three strength is gonna be an issue. I am taking off the robo folly temporarily because this place has a guaranteed band of sphinxes. It places like 8 sphinxes, and that can very easily kill me if I don't have willpower. Yeah, I go from 90 something percent chance to get destroyed to 11%, which is pretty good. Of course, I would like it to be 0%, but I'm also not gonna go out of my way to get a bunch of willpower just to take it off after dealing with these sphinxes. Um, and yeah, there was one, but there's gonna be like 7 more. Okay, that's 4 sphinxes. Okay. We have not seen a single royal mummy with this character. I am reminded. When I got that mummy floor in the cigarette, I didn't get any royal mummies. Mm. It's nice that I am immune to Sot's power because that way I don't have to fear the Sot clock in this place. This place includes a bunch of resting. All the resting. You have no idea. In fact, it has so much resting in it that I probably should be using the Amulet of Vitality. Because every time you kill a mummy, there's like a pretty good chance of you getting tormented, and then you have to rest to full HP. That kind of sucks if you don't have regen. Hmm. That kite shield is bad. It is bad. I'm gonna get it, however. I'm gonna get it just because of the stats. Yeah, take a look at my evasion. It went up quite a bit because of the 4 dexterity. Um, how much strength does that thing recommend? Kite shield 8. Oh, 10. No wonder my spells kind of went down the drain after that. Of course, I don't have 100% spell power right now because I took off the Robe of Folly. The Robe of Folly was kind of helping me with that, but I will have it soon. I just needed to not be vulnerable to the Sphinxes. I will not put it on until I'm done with this level because I don't want to get hexed by a Sphinx that wandered in for some reason instead of getting murdered by Firestorm. Mm, this is going really well. The 71 intelligence is definitely compensating for the 5 strength right now. Oh, probably should cast a mummy form. What's my... I forgot spells and I didn't get mummy form. Wow, I can't believe myself sometimes. And yeah, that's what happens when you don't have mummy form. You take 198 damage. And that is why, well, part of the reason why I don't do Tomb very often. You have yet to see the entirety of the reason why I don't do Tomb very often. Let me put on my, or let me learn Mummy form. Yeah, I forgot some spells to get Mummy form for a reason. Where is it? Where is it? Do I not have it? It's probably not showing, and it's showing in tiles, right? Hold on. Yeah, okay, this is pretty silly how it sometimes doesn't show in console, but it shows in tiles. Hold on, because I know that I have it. There it is, mummy form. This isn't even the bad part of Tomb either. Yeah, okay, so I have gotten mummy form, and so I can cast mummy form now, and now I am one of the mummies, and so the mummy death curses do not hurt me, but Bennu do. Bennu can claw twice for 24 damage and peck for 27 to deal extra damage to undead and demons if any damage is dealt, And I am right now the undead and demons because of mummy form. So those guys are kind of scary. They're also immune to fire, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they are. Mm, I can Polar Vortex it. I have not gotten enough mana to cast that spell. That's fine. Okay, as long as you don't deal any damage, we're cool. Used to be that this place, or that Venus were phoenixes, I think, and they spawned in holy floors. I am kind of glad that that is not a thing that happens anymore. Okay, I can't believe that I have been so successful at not getting slowed by these dead scarabs after so long. It just goes to show how good defenses are. Like having good armor class, good evasion, good shield makes you so much tankier than having like my stats. My current defenses make me more tanky than having like 70 armor class. I feel like 70 armor class and then trash evasion and trash shield. Of course, if you have 70 armor class with my evasion, my shield, of course, do that. But I just don't have that. So walk away, 9 mana, Polar Vortex, kill these things, kill those things. I need to rest my mana. Unfortunately, that is probably an omen for the future in this place, having to rest my mana a lot. But the issue is that this place also hurts your HP a lot, so you cannot really um, you cannot really use an amulet of mana regen. You're gonna need an amulet of normal regen a lot more because of the obscene amount of torment that is in this place. And when I say obscene, you have not seen any of it. Also, I have not seen a lot of royal mummies. Normally, a couple of royal mummies spawn here. I find it a bit surprising that I have not seen any. Oh, oh my God, this is amazing. A Cersei's malevolence fills the tomb of the ancients, and a teleportation trap spontaneously manifests. And I got teleported into the bath part of tomb. Well, one of the bath parts. This place has many bath parts. So you will notice that I was doing this part of Doom, right? The part that I'm currently in is a part that you cannot go into. You straight up can't go into unless you go down and then go up, or unless you shatter, which is what I was about to do before I got teleported here. I don't think I want to shatter too much now. I have Firestorm and I will Firestorm, but I would definitely like to be wearing the Robe of Folly. So staff him. Unfortunately, my staff doesn't deal a lot of damage when stabbing. I also don't have any stealth, so the staff wouldn't make it explode the way that normal stabs with proficient characters of stabbing would work. By the way, I already went way above my usual time, and I hadn't noticed. I was just having such a blast with this character. That's crazy. I think I'm gonna get out of this situation, and then that's gonna be it for the night. I'm gonna train spellcasting to 27. Cast Mummy form. Okay, that's fine. Do that. The Royal Mummy is not gonna get very hurt. An Ancient Pharaoh embalmed and cursed to undeath, now capable of great and terrifying feats of magic. It will inflict a powerful necromantic curse on its foe when destroyed. Yeah, this is the only one that says that it inflicts a powerful one. The Mummy Priest doesn't say that. Let me tell you that if I hadn't noticed that I already went way above my usual time, I would have kept going until I finished this character. But I'm glad that I caught myself because overdoing it is kind of unhealthy. I feel like I could continue going, but I'm not going to. It's just like not very good. Anyway, Mummy Priests say that they will inflict a necromantic curse, not a powerful one. I like that about royal mummies. Anyway, these are awful. They are really bad. They have Smiting, Torment, Summon Emperor Scorpion, Summon Scarves, and Nav Duration. Really bad spell set, especially the Torment. The Torment is one of the worst things. The Emperor Scorpions might even be dangerous nowadays with how fast they are. Well, they're faster than you. They're not that fast, but they're slightly faster than you. Okay, so for this Royal Mummy, I might blink away. That's fine. Firestorm here. Firestorm again. Probably Polar Vortex is better. Okay, cannot be tormented if I am in mummy form. So that's pretty good. We didn't get tormented, and so the fight was really easy. Let's wear Robe of Folly because at this point I'm pretty sure there's no more sphinxes trying to troll me, and we shall leave this for tomorrow. So if you're excited for the conclusion of this character, please think about tuning in tomorrow. I'll complete Tomb, and then I will win the game. It will probably not take me longer than an hour tomorrow. So if you want to see it, please think about like tuning into the stream earlier. I might start, or rather, I will start earlier with Rift Wizard tomorrow. So if you're into Rift Wizard as well, please consider watching that. It helps me, and it's a game that you should consider buying if you like it. Of course, it's a fantastic game. But with that being said, thank you for watching and thank you for hanging out. If you enjoyed what you saw, please consider following if you're not already following, and if you're already following, please consider subscribing. Um, it does help me a lot. You have no idea. Subscribing really, really helpful. I appreciate the fact that the Horned King subscribed today, and we're gonna be raiding the